Hi everyone. Congrats on the first redeem Pharmacy Day. Hi Wartrons and Hyperrails and Serenity. Are you my warranty? Warranty for what? Every time I click on a notif inside the app, it does nothing. Oh, weird. How are you? I'm alright. Hi, Hyperwhale. Oi. 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 Oh, wait. Give me a second. Whee. There we go. How's everyone doing? I originally wasn't gonna stream, but then Maple got sick, so we weren't doing the collab with Rune. And then I'm like, well, I don't know what to do anymore. So, here I am. Rock you like a hurricane, you know? No Rune collab? No Rune collab. Yeah. Maple's feeling a little too sicky. Maple got sick. She's been sick for like a week now. She thought she'd be a bit better, but she yapped a little too much, I think, today. She yapped a little too much, and now her voice is tired, you know? Hey, Divinity. Maddie, best Maddie. Is there any other Maddies? Fire Ozza. Sure. All right. Let's do some good old Kingdom Hearts. Jeez, it's been a while, huh? Oh man. Maybe I shouldn't be doing this with how tired I am, but you know. I'm here for Maddie. Oh my god, thank you. Recreating battle against Geo? No way. Alright, let's see if I can do it. Hey, Junior. Thanks for the head pats. Okay. Oop. I got a little. Oop. I got a little. There we go. Hack. Okay. attack. Thank you for the follow. Sorry if I can't thank you right now. I'm very stressed. Ow. Crap. Alright, thank you for the follow, Tenchi Morningstar. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're having a good day. Hey, Gamer Paul. Busy with finals, so here's head pats from Maddie. Good luck on finals, Junior. I believe in you. Did Maddie eat today? I did eat. I actually, like, made real food for once. I had real food today. It was crazy. Let's go like that. There we go. It was like rice and peppers and chicken and kimchi.
We are under attack.
Oh my god, Tenchi Morningstar, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Mad Rucksack, or Maddie, and we're playing Kingdom Hearts 3 on level 1. That's beautiful. Thank you for the follow, beautiful kitten. And Vico Modius. Sorry for the doubling up on the follow alert. That's a little annoying. Alright, but thank you for the follow. I am definitely not Sam. Alright, definitely not Sam, but welcome in, everyone. I hope you had a wonderful time over at Tenchi's stream. What were you doing? Hi, Gax. We came for women and beer. Women and beer?
You play the game quite well.
Thank you, Gax. But yeah, I hope you all had a wonderful time playing Rise of the Ronin. Interesting. What's that game about? I don't think I've heard of it. But yeah, I hope you had a wonderful time over there. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, woohoo raiding. Women and beer, you have those, right? I mean, maybe? I don't have beer. I actually haven't had beer in a good while. But, I don't know, there might be a few women chatters here. I came here for Maddie and nothing else. Thank you, guys. Got a raid and run, but I hope your stream goes great. Yeah, no worries. I totally understand. Deal with your post-stream care. I appreciate the raid. Take care of what you need to take care of. Any other alcoholics? Normally, typically my alcohol, I guess, of choice. I don't have a ton of alcohol, but I guess typically I either have like rum or vodka. Those are much more likely that I have somewhere lying around than beer. So that's probably there. I mean, to be fair, I did just do a drunk stream like a week ago. I was trying to do rum and coke, and then I realized my coke was not coke, it was root beer, so that was fun. So it was a weird rum and root beer, but yeah, I do currently have rum. Just, you know, not too much left though. Rum. Rum is pretty good. That's probably like my go-to alcoholic drink is just good old rum and coke. I don't know. Is that basic? I don't know. I feel like I don't tend to drink a lot anyways. Alright. Let's get back into it. Boom, boom, boop. Hack. Hack. What? Oh man, that's unfortunate. We love Matt even if he's basic. Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate it. Is that King Jeff? Yeah, I'm a little basic. I do wonder, do I? Oh yeah, I could probably get rid of these. I don't know how much anything else will help, though. Not a king? What would you prefer, then? Could give myself a magic weight. Honestly, is just power weight, like, the best thing to do, maybe? It honestly could be. Like, I'm dying quickly anyways. Like, what if I just go, like, 2 power weights? We could maybe keep the ribbon, though. Like, look at the, oh my god, Joe! Whoa, 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 look at those stats. I'll be honest, that actually, I don't... 77? Okay, so that's 3, that's 6. We're getting, like, 11 strength here. 13 strength here, so 24. That's like... So we are getting like 30 strength from like our equipment. You know, and then we're from our cuisine, we're getting an extra 3 strength. And somehow that equals 77. I don't know. I do not follow. I do not follow. What if we did a 3rd power weight? Unless it like scales exponentially. No, it just says it brings my strength up to 80 there. I don't get how stats work in this game. Hey, Joy. Oh my god, Joy actually watches my streams. I'm so honored. Hey, Hopeless. How are you? Alright, let's get back into it. Crap, dude. My ticket. Ooh, Joy where? Good question. Oh, what the heck? Oh, god dang it, dude. That was like the biggest delay I've seen in my life. Oh, man. Ah, man. Are you kidding me, bro? The timing. I hate how tight the timing can be. Come on, man. Alright. Oh.
Time to end this. Over here.
What?
Let it rain.
Are you kidding me? That was so dumb. That was actually ridiculously dumb. That was actually ridiculously dumb. The game also just straight up lagged there, too. God. It's so dumb, dude. Cooking food break, aka ramen noodles. Have good ramen noodles, Junior. Man. God, that was so dumb, dude. Like, I'm actually, like, God. Ugh. Are you kidding me, bro? Oh, wow.
Now you'll see.
Okay, bro. Okay, bro. Dude, shut up. Just shut up. God, man, just shut up. Just shut up. God. Just shut up. Oh. Hey, man in a bear suit. Manina. Okay. Okay. Are you kidding me? Just shut up, you stupid game, bro. if we just cheese it here? Coworker. Okay. Are you kidding me? Sure, game. Sure. Yeah, that feels fair. Yes. God, I hate this game sometimes, man. God, I hate this game sometimes. Hey, if you do not hit this millisecond opening, you can just go die. It's like, oh, thank you. I love trying to be like, you know, hit like millisecond openings. That's always fun. That's always fun. Okay. Okay, bro. Oh. Cool. 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 Cool.
Time to end this.
Brother. Like, go to hell. I blocked this fight from my memory. It's unfortunately just like every other fight in this game, you know, it has some neat concepts, but god dang it, they make it as they really try to make every single fight in this game as insufferable as possible. Like, Jesus Christ, that was insufferable. Oh, man. That was really bad. It's the Mad Gamer. Hey, Psycho card. Okay.
Now you'll see.
Over here. Back off. Back at you.
Let it rain.
Back at you. Take this.
That all you got? Don't miss. Yeah. Get him. Yeah.
Back off. Over here. So long.
Oh man.
Not done.
Back at you.
Yeah. Don't miss. Get him. Don't miss.
Go. It's over.
Right here.
Heal. Nice. Back at you. Take this.
Ready, Sora?
Take this. Back at you. Back off. Take this. Go. See ya. Yeah.
That all you got? Time to end this.
Back at you. Over here. Back off. Back off.
Woo! There we go. Oh man. We did it, guys. We did it. That was... Oh man. That was... Thanks for the headbats, Hopeless. Let's see, that was a total of 9 tries. And approximately, what? Let's say like 36 minutes total. Oh, man. Whew. Alright, we did it, guys. Oh, man. I am, like... Oh, man, I'm, like... I don't know why, I just feel like I just, like, aged. Even though that's, only, like, surprisingly, compared to some of the others, you know... That was actually not that bad. Actually, compared to a lot of the other ones, that was not that bad. Oh, man. Let's see here. So far we have 173 total deaths for data, I think. Is that right? It's 212 minus 39. No. What's 212 minus 39? Let's see. That's like 27. Wait, no, wait, that might be right. 173 plus 39 is 212. Actually, yeah, I think that's right. Okay. So we've had 173 total deaths. All right. Not bad at all. I don't know if I'm ready to do Master Xehanort, though. You know, I feel like doing more than one a day is a bit too much. Thanks for the hug, Serenity. Hope you're proud of me. We finally get to upgrade our OE Calcum ring to the breakthrough. 1 extra strength, baby! Okay, why was this saying 77 before? I gotta know. Why was it saying 77 before? This feels a lot more realistic. 45 and 29. Why was it saying 77 before? I still have the cuisine up. I don't know. Alright, guys. However, I'll be honest, there's one thing I kind of want to do. Do you guys think I should do a tier list? How are we feeling about a tier list? Or do we just keep playing Kingdom Hearts? I like tier list. Okay. Let me see. I'm kind of want to do just one, maybe just one for the optional bosses in the series. I kind of like that, right? Maddie's S tier. Well, I'm not an optional boss. Okay. Let me quick like prepare it, you know, because I don't want to do maybe a bit boss, like every boss. That would take a long time. We'll do it in the future, but I think in terms of optional bosses, we are good to. We'll just do those for now. Okay. Maddie is mandatory boss? No. How cool or difficult bosses? I'm gonna be ranking this on like. Let me change my title real quick. Tier list. Here, let me see if I can bring it up here. There we go. Look at that. Let me see if I can like. Boom. Boom. Alright, alright. That looks pretty good, right? So it's gonna be like kind of based on, I don't know, it's gonna be based on maybe a bit on vibes, maybe a bit on like how well designed I think they are, not necessarily difficulty, right? Because I mean I could do that, but I'm gonna do, maybe for now I kind of want to do it just based on like how well designed I think it is / how fun I think it is to fight against, kind of thing. Like, how enjoyable overall, at least for me personally. I think these are all the optional bosses. Here, let me, like... I think these are the only... Are these the only 4? No, we're missing a Vanitas Remnant. Here we are. Oop. Vanitas Remnant. Okay. I think that's all the optional bosses in Birth by Sleep. And then we have Kingdom Hearts 1 bosses of the Ice Titan, the dude, the Grim Reaper guy, Kurt Ziza, Sephiroth, and Unknown Figure. That's about it. And then we have Kingdom Hearts 2 with just the Data Org and Sephiroth. Every single Data organization member and Sephiroth, yeah. And then we have Dream Drop Distance with the good ol' just Julius. Hey, Rune. Maddie do, where are you? We got some tier list to do now. Hey, Rune, how are you? Hey, actually, Rune, do you just want to vibe and chat a little? Since, you know, we weren't... Our plans have gotten crashed, you know? Yeah, sure, I'm down. Alright. I don't know how... This will still be, like, my tier list, but I don't know. It'd be nice to bounce ideas off you. I got nothing to do for the rest of the day? Exactly. Guys, I figured out Rune's free. I'm gonna kidnap him. Alright. I have to make sure you guys can hear him, though. Hello? Alright, now can chat hear you? I don't think they can. I don't know what... I don't even... Wait, what happened to my Discord audio? Wait. Okay, I found it. For some reason, I, like, turned it off, and now I have to, like, reconfigure it. Discord. No, I'm just, like, looking for Discord, you know?
It's okay, I don't think my reactive is up there either.
Perfect, I love hearing that. It's so funny, because you'd think you, like, said it once, and it would just be good for the rest of your life. There you go.
OBS is like, what if no?
What if no?
What if we say no to that? And you're like, well, I suppose I can't say anything about that.
Right? It's like, well, what can you do? But,
okay, so...
Yeah, I do the kidnapping today.
Not gonna lie, outside of the main games and, like, maybe, like, Rotz's game and Chain of Memories, I probably could not help you with any other bosses.
Right. Well, these are the only optional bosses, so... As far as I remember, there's no optional bosses in Chain of Memories. Like, that I'm, like, certain of. And...
I mean, I feel like if you consider, like, Riku's entire, like,
I feel... that's a little much. Like, yeah, Riku's entire story is optional.
Well, technically it is, right? Because it's not the main story. I mean, theoretically, you beat the game when you just beat Sora's story, right? Because you have to beat his story.
Theoretically, but it's also... I don't know. That feels like a disservice to Riku, you know? Especially when I find his part more enjoyable.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. When I was a kid playing Chain of Memories, and this goes for the Game Boy Advance version, by the way.
Yeah.
I've never played the PS2 version. But as a kid, I really like Riku's, like, gameplay. until like as an adult I got into deck building, and I was like, man, Sora is just so much more fun.
That is true. Like, Sora is a lot more fun to mess around with. You can't really mess around with Riku because they limit that, but
I would have, you know, what would have been kind of cool if they like if they made like a not like a sequel, right? But they made like more of a like they make like a Chain of Memories game, but they allow like all the different characters, right? Kind of like how Roxas game let you play as like all the organization members.
Oh, like more of like a
mode.
multiplayer mode, yeah.
Yeah, and then like each character would have their own like kind of like style of playstyle, and then you could build their decks differently. Like with modern game technology, you could 100% do that. And
that would be kind of interesting, cause like Because I always think about, like, in Chain of Memories, at least in the Game Boy version, because there was multiplayer mode. But, like, I remember there was a card that was specifically, it just hides your cards from your opponent, which has no use in a single-player playthrough, but actually could be useful in a multiplayer game playthrough. And then in the remake, because they took away, you know, on the PS2 version, they took away, like, multiplayer, I don't think that card does, like, anything. I'm pretty sure the card just, like, doesn't do anything. You're like, oh, cool.
Actually, you know, if they did, like, a tournament style, they made, like, a tournament style, like, Chain of Memories game, where every time you, like, beat somebody in the tournament, you get their, like, enemy card, you know what I'm saying? Like, something like that would be pretty wild.
Yeah.
That would be a pretty cool concept.
Or, even just, like, being able to play Chain of Memories, but, like, in a New Game Plus mode, because I've seen people, like, I've seen videos, like, there's videos of someone, like, hacking in, like, enemy cards, and it's really funny to use, like, Axel's card against Axel.
Oh, yeah, that actually is interesting.
Right?
Like, some of them lets you, like, just, some of them let you just, like, absorb certain elements.
Right,
so
Axel makes you immune to fire, so you're like, yo.
Yeah, that'd be kind of sick. Honestly, like, they could, like, make, like, a, kind of like a, how would you... There's, like, a game that was, like, really similar, but it's, like, maybe, like, a, arena fighter where you have deck building and maybe, like, a slight storyline to it, like, kind of like how, Dissidia NT, or, Dissidia, like,
that would be very interesting, yeah.
I would love to see
like,
that.
You know, yeah, Kingdom Hearts, like, take a backpedal on the story for a second, like, give us, like, some sort of multiplayer, like, goodness, you know?
Yeah, the only multiplayer game we got is a mobile one. Have fun.
So, well, technically, there's a few examples. Like, Chain of Memories was, you know, on the Game Boy Advance was multiplayer, and so was Birth by Sleep, and Days.
Yeah, Days was also multiplayer. That one had probably like one of the best multiplayers because you guys could do like actually full-on levels together, but as, like, different like organization members. And you know, I was a big Zaldin main myself. You know, gotta get those spears out there. He was a lot of fun to play. I think I got the right character, right? Zaldin?
Yeah, Zaldin has the spears. Yeah. I'm trying to think. I didn't mess around with it too much because like I didn't have friends, but like I'm trying to like I had to play a little bit as Donald. I love my Donald Duck, but like I think I probably messed around most with like maybe Larxene.
Larxene is really good too.
I don't know. I always love that speedster like style. So I'm like, yo, let's go. Gotta go fast, you know.
Gotta throw those like spear. Oh, you're like basically kiting people around by throwing knives at them.
Yeah, exactly.
To be fair, like that would also be like a really cool way for like characters that normally would never interact with each other,
right?
To like allow them to interact with each other in like a an arena, right? Like you know, being able to see like a I guess like a Riku versus like Terra matchup or something like that, right?
I mean,
like,
I think that's why people like Days a lot in general, just for, like even the story mode, because like we never got to see some of the organization members before Days like interact. So seeing them interact in that game, you're like, oh my god, wait a second. Of course Larxene would hate Demyx. That makes so much sense.
And honestly, like, not gonna lie, you could just like probably forget about like 80% of like the Disney characters. So like Square Enix won't even have to like worry about licensing. Like, honestly, I would love this kind of game and just never see, like, Mickey Mouse in it. I'm sorry, but, like...
I don't know. The thing is, Mickey Mouse is, like, a main character now, though, so it's kind of hard not to include him.
But I'm like, you know, in this, like, arena fighter, like, we could just, like, pretend, you know, Disney characters don't exist. Like, I'd be cool with that.
Well, the thing is, I think Disney owns, like, Kingdom Hearts more than Square does anyways, so it's like...
Do they?
I think it actually, yeah.
Because I feel like there's more of like Square Enix like original characters in the series than there are like Disney.
Well,
so it's really weird that, you know.
That's, I mean, yeah, but at the same time, you know, like, I feel like one, Disney doesn't care too much, and also like technically, I guess you could have all the Kingdom Hearts original characters are Disney original characters, you know.
That's true. Yeah, actually, yeah, no, you make a good point.
Especially after they took down like not even that long ago, a few years ago, they took down like their game development studio. You know, they're like, you know what, other people can make the games. We don't need to have our own studio for that.
I mean,
So.
they just need to put in the money.
Yeah, because like the funny thing is like with Smash Brothers, the funny thing is Disney was actually kind of like for Sora being in Smash. Everyone thought like, you know, the main reasons people were like, Sora's not gonna get in Smash. Disney wouldn't let them. No, Disney was like actually like all for it. We're like, oh, that sounds cool.
Yeah.
It was actually
Well,
Nomura himself that was like, I don't know.
Yeah, I guess he didn't want to assume like what a big company would actually want, right?
Right. Pretty sure it's a weird license pizza between the companies where they're returning right. There's probably some sort of weird license pizza, but as far as I've heard, I think Disney technically has more like ownership. You know, if you can say that.
I think it's 'cause, like technically like Disney probably has like the most like monetary stock in it, while Square Enix just does development, right?
You know, probably something like that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But like,
it's like,
and honestly, there is. I don't know how accurate this is, but honestly, I think it's very funny to think about. But like, I think because like they like fully let Kingdom Hearts just use Mickey Mouse, right? Like their mascot. And the only reason he wasn't really in Kingdom Hearts 1 is because he was being worked on like in a different game at the time, I think. And for some reason there was a weird licensing issue with that.
Yeah, for Kingdom Hearts 1, Mickey Mouse was so Mickey Mouse had his own game that came out. It's like the Mirror Mansion or whatever, the one for the GameCube.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember I just recently watched a video on that.
Yeah, so it's like there was a weird licensing issue, and like that, like they were honestly would have been fine with Mickey being Kingdom Hearts, but like because of weird licensing issues, they're like, well, he's already in this other game, you know, he's already booked.
Capcom technically owned the gaming license to Disney at that time, because that kind of like point and click adventure for Mickey Mouse was developed by Capcom.
Yeah. Also, these are all in F tier, Ben, just because I don't want to rank all of these characters right now. I'm just doing the optional bosses, so I just wanted to bring them up. We haven't really started yet. I don't think I'm missing any optional bosses. I don't know. This is all in one, all two. Dream Drop only had the one. Birth by Sleep. I'm probably missing someone from Birth by Sleep, but like, there's so many Mirage Arena guys that I don't even care. And then this is all three. I think this is fine. Anyways, I guess let's just get started. Okay, so with the Grim Reaper from Kingdom Hearts 1. I like his gimmick, you know, he has like a fun little gimmick. He plays with like the clock tower in Neverland. You have to cast Stop on the clock tower. And you have to like match your element you cast on him with like the little orb he's holding. I do really like a lot of elements, but he's such a long fight that once you figure out his gimmick, I feel like it gets kind of boring.
I feel like that was like a lot of Kingdom Hearts
Maybe.
one bosses. It's just like they just had a lot of health.
Yeah.
And you just like, because like they didn't have like a very complex system back then. So like a lot of the fights was just basically how long can I survive while rotating the same strategy.
Right. And yeah, this guy's definitely at like the forefront of it, especially because like with like, oh, he has like a blue orb, you cast Blizzard, and then it changes to a yellow orb, you cast Thunder. But the thing is, he only, after you do that like 2 or 3 times, he's like, all right, now I'm gonna be like invincible for like a minute, and you're just like, well, all right, let's just like wait this out until I can hit you again. You're like, oh, okay. Like, I really like the gimmick, and I think it like also it's super cool to fight in front of the clock tower too, in terms of like atmosphere. One of the best, honestly, but like, if he had like 4 less bars of health, you know, probably be a bit better.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
You're describing KH3. To be fair, that is also true. KH3 also has this problem, but like, you know, in KH1, this is the KH3 issue in KH1.
So I think KH3, the reason why it doesn't feel as bad is because you have more options to kind of like fill in the downtime.
Right.
Right? Because like KH3 offers you a lot of offensive options. So it's like while they do have like a lot of health, you do always feel like you're you know, you're always progressing during the fight, right? So long as you're doing something, you're always making progress in the fight. Kingdom Hearts 1, it's like sometimes you just get into a situation where you just gotta wait. You just gotta sit there. And you're like, if I do like a combo right now, he's probably just gonna like, you know, counter me, and I'm just gonna lose 80% of my HP. So I'm just gonna chill here until he does something. You know, in KH3, you're like, oh, I can zip away. I can zip back. I can zip away.
I mean,
can
I will say, I think it's mostly this guy who has that issue. For a lot of other bosses in KH1, you can kind of just keep hammering away at them. Like, it's a little slow, but like, none of them have like that much health that it feels that bad. It's more so that this guy literally just becomes invincible after you hit him 3 times. That he's like, that you're just like, oh, well, let me like wait this out now. I don't know.
That's fair.
So this is like the weird thing is like conceptually I really like this guy, but like in practice, you know, it's like okay, it's a little tedious. So maybe I only put him in like C. Like I don't know.
I think C is fair.
Like I'm also maybe even thinking D because like he's just like not like I like thinking about him, you know, but like actually fighting him is like oh, you know. Maybe we'll put him in D. You know.
D. For Kingdom Hearts 1, outside of Sephiroth, I don't have too much to really say about them because I don't remember them.
That's
as
fair.
well. I never went back to Kingdom Hearts 1 again, so I beat that when I was like 13, and I haven't gone back. So, you know, outside of
dude.
Sephiroth, maybe I tried to, and then I was like, oh, these controls are jank.
Hey, Griffo. Like, depending on the day you ask me, I would say, like, Kingdom Hearts 1 is, like, my favorite. But it depends on the day, kind of thing. Like, some days I'll say it's 2, some days I'll say it's 1. You know, once in a blue moon, I'll say it's 3.
My biggest problem with 1 is just that the controls, like, I'm so used to, like, the newer games, right? Where the controls are a little tighter, you have more options. And then I try to go back to 1, and I'm like, man, this camera system is killing me.
I'll be honest, you know, this is my, like, hot take. I actually feel like 1 actually had, like, the best camera system.
Really?
Like, at least specifically, I guess, more in line with the lock-on system. Like, more so, like, 1 lets, like, when you're locked on, I feel like you're locked on. I feel like in a lot of later games, depending on the enemy, it can, like, really zoom, like, if the enemy's fast, they can really zoom around and just, like, mess with your camera and just get you, it just looks wonky, I feel like. And also switching between targets sucks in every single game in the series besides 1, to be honest. It sucks switching between, like, locking onto different targets outside of 1.
You know what? Yeah, okay. I can see it.
Like, obviously, I'm not saying 1 is perfect, but I feel like there is certain aspects of it that are better that they went back on. Because, like, fun fact, did you know to lock on to a different target in 2, besides, you know, just locking off and locking on and hoping you get the right target? You have to, like, what is it? You hold R2 and then use the right stick to go up or down. Whereas in Kingdom Hearts 1, you simply just, like, press the bumpers, you know?
They, like, cycle through them?
Yeah. It was that simple, and it's like, oh, that's fair enough. But, like, having to hold another button and then use, like, another stick to cycle through, like, it's not the worst, but it's like, and then and that's 2. Other games make it even worse. It's like, oh my god. Like, I don't know why they couldn't just make it as simple as cycle through or something, you know?
Well, that's the thing, right? Like, I feel like in most, like, 3D, you know, would I even call this, like, a beat-em-up game? It feels beat-em-up, right?
It has beat-em-up aspects, you know? It's action RPG, but yeah.
Yeah, I feel like in most games for action RPG where you need to do multiple lock-ons, it's probably better to actually cycle using just the right stick.
Yeah.
Like, no other buttons, just right stick, right? Because, like, if you need to actually turn the camera, then you wouldn't be locking onto them. Right?
Yeah.
So it would never make sense to, like, have a game where, like, for example, like, with Dark Souls, right? When you're locking on to to a boss, right? You're not really looking to change your camera angle because you're trying to figure out what the boss is doing.
Yeah.
But if you do want to change the camera angle, you usually unlock the lock on, look around, and then you would just re-lock on because, you know. So it's like, you know, anytime like they have like a target cycling that's outside of just using the right stick, I'm a little like hesitant.
That's fair, yeah. Let's see, Ice Titan. Ice Titan. So the thing is with every Kingdom Hearts 1 optional boss, besides, well, most of them, I guess, they're all very gimmicky. And Ice Titan's gimmick is like, you guard his little ice spears he throws at you to deflect him back at his face, and like that's kind of it.
Good old parry system.
It's just a good old parry fight. And then, you know, as the fight goes on, he'll throw unblockable attacks at you that you have to, like, actually just get out of the way, essentially, of. You know, and if you block enough, you get to go, like, whack him in the head a little bit. I don't know. I don't hate it. But, like, I don't know. I don't exactly know how I feel about it. Because, like, I don't... Like, conceptually, having, like, a nice, more, like, defensive-oriented fight is not bad.
Oh, do you feel like you do a lot in this fight?
I mean, kinda. I'm guarding a lot. I don't know. They also have a funny little thing where you because Arrow can, the highest level of Arrow, Aeroga, can also like auto reflect. But if you put on Arrow, the boss just like goes Uber mode and just starts spamming attacks you can't block whatsoever and just like kills you. So you can't like cheese it with Arrow, which you know for what the fight is, that makes sense. I feel like it's similar to the Phantom, where it's like, okay, you kind of figure out what to do, but it kind of get like wears thin after a while, like within like the same attempt, you know. You're like, oh, this is what the fight is, got it, and then I don't know. I feel like it's maybe a little more enjoyable because I feel like it goes by quicker than the Phantom or the Grim Reaper, or whatever I want to call him. But I will say, I do remember he can do like an attack that just like freezes you completely solid and practically insta kills you, which is annoying. But like, I guess it has a decent wind up, so you can kind of like glide out of the way. I don't know. Maybe he's like slightly higher. I feel like he might. I don't know. Maybe we'll put him C tier. Like, he's kind of fun, but he goes by quicker than the Phantom. But overall, I feel like, I don't know, kind of meh. Kurt Ziza, I think he also has a gimmick of he has like a mode where you can only use physical, you can't use magic and can pretty much only attack him with physical attacks. Or and then a mode where you can only use magic and you can't hit him with physical attacks. Which, you know, that's kind of a fun little gimmick. You know, I don't know. I feel like besides that, though, he's kind of like more of a traditional fight, which is nice. It kind of sucks when you're like locked out of magic that you can't even like cure. But you can also kind of cheese it, like as soon as the fight starts, you can like, if he's gonna, you can like, you have like a brief second to like summon Tinkerbell, who will just like continuously heal you. And if he locks you out of magic, well, you still have Tinkerbell up to heal you, so you're like, you know, that's like a fun little cheese.
Yeah, you still get that healing regardless.
Right. And of course you still have items as well to heal if you really need it. Honestly, the most annoying thing about him is he runs away from you a lot. So it's like when you're trying to like actually attack him, he's just like running away and you're like... And one thing I will definitely admit is Kingdom Hearts 1, you're not very fast or mobile. So trying to chase him down is kind of annoying. But besides that, I think he is just like... Overall, just like a solid fight. I don't know. I feel like I don't have a lot to complain about him, but at the same time, I feel like I also don't have a ton to like super positive to say about him. Maybe he'll go into B tier. I don't know. I didn't realize this went up so many tiers, so you know. I don't know. I feel like
a lot of.
Yeah, that's a lot of high end tiers.
You could probably drop like all the pluses, to be honest.
Yeah, who needs pluses? Let's see.
I feel like the difference between like the tier and then a plus tier is just very little.
That's fair.
Well,
you know what? Yeah,
or
let's
like
do that.
optional bosses, anyways. I think like if you were doing all the bosses. Then
Yeah,
that's
if you're
actually
doing
fierce.
every boss in the series, then yeah, that makes sense. Which technically this tier list is, but you know, if we're just doing optionals, we'll take rid of the pluses. Also, hi, just a peanut. All right. Well, this one you know about Sephiroth.
Yeah, I feel like Sephiroth in KH1 was harder than Sephiroth in KH2.
Oh, 100%.
I'm not gonna lie.
Everyone said like it's 100%. Like he's
I'm
kind of a menace.
struggling. He is.
So like I don't know, like I like him and he's definitely supposed to be like the ultimate challenge. I don't know though.
I think 2 definitely had the more fun fight.
Yeah.
But for challenge, I definitely think 1.
Yeah, that's
was
the
way
thing
more
is like
difficult.
the thing is I think this is overall like a pretty well designed fight. I don't think that like there's some I guess things that just feel like wow, he gets to do that? That's crazy. But like I guess that's also kind of the point. Like overall, I think like I can't really complain too much about the design, I feel like, but in terms of like funness, I don't know. It really just feels like you're like this feels like the fight more so than most that you're just like, all right, let's abuse like Cure and Leaf Bracer and just like, you know, because he's going to hit me. And that's I guess like that's the one thing I will say is like a lot of his attacks are just like they're just like practically impossible to avoid almost. Like you're gonna get hit, you know.
Yeah, no matter what you do, you're getting smacked.
Right. Like so I don't know. I feel like it can be like I feel like I've yet to see I don't know, maybe I haven't looked hard enough, but I don't even know that I've seen a lot of fights where like, oh, do this guy damageless. I don't know if I've seen that with KH1 Sephiroth, which I don't think is necessarily a good thing. You know?
Well, I think it means that, you know, he's just a well-designed super boss, right?
True, but like, I don't know. At the same time, I feel like it is nice to be able to like recognize some of his attack patterns and avoid them in a way. And like Sephiroth, more so than like almost anyone else in the series, is just like, no, I'm gonna hit you. And you're like, well. But luckily, so, and honestly, I would almost rate him differently in between normal and final mix, because in the original, you didn't have a Leaf Bracer. So when you cured, you were not invincible in the original Kingdom Hearts 1.
Yeah,
so,
I really only remember fighting him in the original one.
Right. So in the original one, he was like so much harder, and I'll be honest, I feel like if I were to rate him, I would probably rate him differently. I feel like in the original, he was maybe a little too much, in my opinion, that I'd probably put him down a rank. But with the addition of like Leaf Bracer, I feel like it actually gives you a bit more of a reasonable fighting chance that I think I could like maybe put him like either B or A.
I think KH1 Sephiroth is probably a B for me.
You think?
Only because it felt more of like a slog than actual, like, you know. Because again,
fair.
like one of the things I really like about action, you know, like action RPG games, is the optimization against like a certain boss, right? But I feel like the limitations to KH1 Sephiroth fight was a lack of options. You know, you have to abuse you have to abuse like an invulnerability, like
Well, you said you never played Final Mix, right?
Yeah.
So
well, I was just going off of what you said, but in like 1, you just had to play real carefully when you're low on HP. You just gotta pray that he's not gonna smack you in the middle of your healing, or you have to know exactly, you know, when healing is.
I mean, I just find it funny because that kind of like lines up to what I was saying, because like I was thinking of putting him in A if we're talking Final Mix, but in the original, yeah, I'd probably also agree, like maybe B.
I think if we put in Final Mix, A is probably like a good spot.
Yeah, because like I feel like just because like you have more tools in Final Mix that make him feel a bit more fair, and I feel like at a certain point you want a decently fair and fun fight, and I feel like it reaches that closer with Final Mix, whereas it in the original feels almost just unfair. And then Unknown, who's Final Mix exclusive. He's like about like that Sephiroth level tier. A lot of people would probably say Sephiroth's a little bit harder, and I probably agree. I don't know, Sephiroth, I mean, not Sephiroth, Unknown is... He's tough, and it's also, like, fun to also have Donald and Goofy with you, which is nice, and, like... And there's also fun little strategies that he's, like, not exactly immune to gravity. Like, gravity, like, stuns him, which is kind of neat. And there's, like, fun strategies, but at the same time, the fight is almost, like, at certain points feels a little too chaotic, I would say. Where it's, like, it's hard to tell exactly what's happening. And especially in Kingdom Hearts 1, where, like, the camera's super zoomed in, I feel like that's kind of an issue. Like, other fights in the series get probably way more chaotic than this one, but since it's zoomed out a bit, it doesn't feel as chaotic. Whereas this one feels very chaotic. And I feel, and it's, like, not, like, a good chaos. It's like, it's more like, I don't know what's happening right now.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
Yeah, it's a little overwhelming. And not to mention, I will always not like this, but he definitely has one of those attacks that, like, locks you. Like, it cycles through your command menu, and unless you, like, hit it when it's, like, at unleash, when you hit unleash, you're free. If you hit anything else, you, like, lose, like, a quarter of your health. And if you don't hit unleash in time, you just kind of die. And you're like, well... like...
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of those attacks. Like, I like the conception of those attacks, but, like, because of how chaotic the fight is, it's just, like, it's hard to focus on that while focusing on him and, like, everything else that's going on. Like, I'm not the biggest fan. But I guess, like, I don't know, I'd probably... It's either A or B. Like, he's, like, solid, he's pretty fun, but maybe a little too chaotic. That, honestly, I guess in Final Mix, I think I would maybe prefer fighting Sephiroth. If I had to think about it, you know? Like, I feel like just too much is happening with Unknown sometimes. I do admit there is, like, a funny little loop because he can be stunned by gravity, which is very satisfying to pull off or watch someone pull off. Like, it's just, like, a very specific pattern where you, like, gravity, get in, like, a quick little combo, and then you jump away at a specific angle while he throws, like, these orbs at you, and then you, like, gravity at him while you jump over 2 more orbs he throws at you, and then you get a combo off, and then you repeat. And, like, that can, like, perfectly loop him. It is actually extremely hard to perform, but it's also really satisfying, which I think is also fun. But yeah, even with that considered, though, I don't know. Besides, again, I just feel like he has a little too much going on. I don't know.
Very confusing.
Yeah. Let's, like, start with... In terms of the data org, who do we start with? Do we start at 13 or 1?
We could go in order of 1 to 13.
Alright.
If you want.
So we start with the leader, Xemnas. Okay, so I actually brought them both up here. So Xemnas' data org has 2 parts, which is a little dumb, but... So his first part is when you fight him in front of the skyscraper. And his second part is when you fight him with Riku, and it's like a recreation of, like, the final boss. I think fighting him in front of the skyscraper is super solid. Like, it is just a nice one-on-one fight. No crazy gimmicks. It's just, like, a nice mono-y-mono, like, super fun fight. But he's got, like, a lot of, like... He's definitely got enough moves to, like, keep the pressure on. You know, I don't know. I just really like those nice, simple one-on-one fights that, like... that feel just very well balanced. And I think that's what this fight is. Like... I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it besides that. And I really appreciate that fact of this fight. Whereas, when you fight him with Riku, I feel like he becomes a lot more stupid. Like, I don't know. He, like, in the data fight, I feel like if he ever grabs you, like, if he grabs you in, like, the story mode, it's, like, fine. It's whatever. You know, you get to play as Riku. You get to save Sora. That's always fun. If he grabs you in the data fight, I feel like it's, like, practically an instant loss. unless you're at like max HP with Sora, because he slowly drains away Sora's HP. But in the data fight, it drains away so quickly, and you're like, I just got control of Riku, and Sora's at like 10 HP, and how am I supposed to make it over to Sora in like 2 seconds? And the answer is you can't, and it just feels like an auto death, which isn't fun. He also likes to spam his like ball explosions, which is kind of like, they're not like too hard to avoid, but it can be a little annoying. I don't know. Funny enough, however, I would say I almost like this fight more than the final boss fight. One thing I had a problem with the final boss fight is his little string. He starts off with a little string attack, and you do a nice little string dance, but like, I don't know. It's just like you have to keep track of his clone because his clone doesn't take damage. So you just are just kind of like spamming that triangle button, and if you try to do anything else, there's certain points if you reflect, it just doesn't do anything, and you actually get punished for it. But it's like so like there's no really rhyme or reason to it either, which kind of sucks. And like there's also just he like spams the string. I feel like his little string attack is like a lot more annoying than the bomb explosions. And I feel like that's the main difference between the two fights, is in the final boss he just spams the string attack, which I find annoying. And in the then the data fight he spams the bomb explosion, which I'll be honest, you can kind of just like quick run past it, combo him, he'll bomb explosion, you quick run past it, combo him, and it's a lot easier to manage. I don't know. But I don't think it's as good as the original, because it's, again, there's just like, it's a lot more chaotic, a lot more going on. There's so many, like, there's the dumb factor of you can kind of get instant-killed if he grabs you, and you have to play as Riku. So I don't think he's nearly as good as that, but I can still say he's, like, maybe pretty solid. Like, I don't know. I like him, but I think he's a lot better just like the mono fight. Number 2, Zigbar. I like Zigbar. I don't know.
So I never actually played the Final Mix versions of these games, right? So I never actually really got to play the against the like data org version. So I'm gonna have to like defer to you, on how the behavior is like.
Right.
But I do have some context because I do fight some of these I fought in the actual storyline, right? But they're not the same as their actual fight here.
So that's the funny thing, and honestly, one thing I will have to say that makes the Kingdom Hearts 2 data fights maybe a little ranked slightly lower is, for the most part, they are 90% identical to their story mode fights. Like, and that can be both a pro and a con, like, but like it is a little like, you know, I guess like sad that's like, oh, this is essentially just the story fight, but like bigger health bar and bigger damages, you know? So it's like, I will admit,
no new mechanics, like, at all?
No new mechanics. Like I said, though, they have like slightly different, like, the fights tend to start differently, I guess. You know, like I said, in the final boss, you know, Xemnas throws you in the air and he spams his little string attack and you reversal. Whereas in the data fight, you know, he doesn't start like that, right? And he normally just starts out by chucking bombs at you, essentially, right? So it's like, but it's essentially the same fight. They just, like, I guess more, like, certain attacks come out, like, they just start differently, and certain attacks may come out at different times. Like, in terms of Zigbar, you know, I'm pretty sure Zigbar will, like, in the data fight, in the original fight, you know, you like, counter his little gunshots, and then you're just, like, out in the open, and you do your thing. Zigbar, I think in the data fight, like, immediately just teleports you into, like, one of those, like, his little special rooms where, like, either it's a long hallway or it's a giant, like, donut kind of thing. So you're immediately teleporting to, like, a different, like, landscape setting kind of thing. So it's like, that's different, you know? And obviously his numbers are different, and it's like, it's a little different how to, like, get him out of that. And, like, but, like, for the most part, you know, besides, like, how they start and, like, a few of their behaviors, I guess, it's pretty much the same fight. So that's why I say it's, like, about 90% identical. Which again is both like, it's kind of neat that it's like, okay, I don't have to learn a whole new boss, but it's also a little disappointing that it's like, okay, it's the same boss kind of thing, you know?
Feels like nothing changed about it.
Right, yeah. Like, the same way you beat Zigbar in the story is the same way you pretty much beat him in the data fight, except, you know, you have to be a bit, because he, you know, has bigger numbers, you have to be a bit more careful, because he's more likely to, like, easily kill you, you know?
Yeah, you gotta play a little bit more defensively or cautiously.
Right, yeah. But, like, for the most part, the same tactics work. Like, if you're able to, like, in the story fight, beat Zigbar without getting hit, you'll probably do pretty well against him in the data fight, like, and probably
There's
first
not
try
much
him.
difference.
Like, yeah, pretty much.
That's fair.
But yeah, so what were you saying about him in general for Zigbar?
There's a lot of I have to chase him down. And for games like Kingdom Hearts, I don't really like fights where I have to constantly chase somebody down, right? Because, like, for me, I like playing an action game. Like, it's an action game. So certain fights that require me to constantly, like, either play super defensively or I have to spend, like, most of the time, like, hunting them down, those fights tend to rank a little lower for me.
That's fair.
But that's just me. That's just my playstyle, though. That's just, like, my own playstyle nitpick.
Well, like, the idea, I guess, with Zigbar is, you know, he'll teleport around a lot, so there's the chasing down a lot factor, which I guess also to note, in Kingdom Hearts 2, it's a lot easier to chase people down, but...
yeah.
But, and I guess the other thing is, if you block his shots enough, like, if you block his shots, you know, he'll eventually, like, run out of ammo, and then he'll just, like, sit there while he reloads, and that's supposed to be, like, your opening. So it is definitely a lot more of a defensive play style. And
yeah, it's a slower fight.
Right. I also just, I don't know, I guess in terms of some of the combos you can do against him, because he's constantly in midair, which is kind of interesting, honestly. There's a lot of interesting combos I feel like you can do against him. I overall like him, and I don't mind those defensive playstyles. My biggest gripe with him, I would honestly say, is when he starts sending out the blue lasers that are, like, you have to use a reaction command to block, but then, like, it doesn't actually, like you have to use the reaction command, like, 3 times on it, and you're just, like, all of a sudden, you're warping around the entire map, like, 3 times to block this one projectile, and then he sends out another one, and it doesn't feel like you're even doing anything except just getting disoriented by, like, reflecting this one shot, like, 3 times, you know? And those shots, like, on the final, you know, on the data fight, destroy you. They do so much damage. And honestly, the best way to deal with him is just, like, when he sends it out, just sit in front of him to reflect it as soon as he sends it out, because you actually don't want to use the reaction command, because it's, like, long and annoying and disorienting and doesn't actually do a whole lot. Which, I don't know, that specific attack, I'm like, that's annoying. But, like, I guess for the rest of the fight, like, I don't know. I think it's, like, fine. I will admit, I think it could, since it is a bit slower and defensively, I wish it would be a bit quicker. Especially on, like, I feel like in the story mode, he has, like, a good amount of health, to be honest. But in this data fight, it's like, okay, maybe this is going on a little long.
Yeah,
So,
it's taking a little too long for me to beat up a sniper that's not supposed to be very good at meleeing.
right. Wee woo tangent, they released the TCG ban list. Oh, okay. I don't really play a lot of the TCG. Is it a good one, though? I don't know. Where would you put Zigbar?
If we're going base... Okay, so if he hasn't changed much from, like, the base game, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'd honestly will put him in B.
B? That's fair.
Because, again, like, for action games, I don't... And that's actually the reason why I prefer, like, Kingdom Hearts 3 out of all of them, is because it's, like, the one that gives you the most offensive, like, movement options,
That's
right?
true,
So
yeah.
I get the style, right? Because, like, how do I put it? Like, when it comes to, like, Kingdom Hearts 2, and I guess somewhat of, like, Kingdom Hearts 1, I feel like the rotation of combos is a lot of just mashing a certain button, right? There's not many chaining, there's not many, like, you know, frame cancels that you can do to really style, right? But Kingdom Hearts 3 feels a lot more similar to, like, you know, Devil May Cry, in terms of like, combat options, right? Obviously not the same level as Devil May Cry, but because it's like more high octane, action, it keeps me zoned in more or locked in. With Zigbar, I feel like a lot of that like momentum gets disrupted, and it feels like I'm basically just surviving to hunt this person down, and then I get my damage, and then he goes away, and I have to redo that again. Instead of like, being able to just stay on top of him, get some really cool like, avoid, dodge, blocks, and then just be able to like, go on the counteroffensive again for guessing right or reacting correctly. So that's why I personally would put him at B, but again, I'm a hyper aggressive player, so.
That is, I also do wonder, when was the last time you did play Kingdom Hearts 2?
Probably over 10 years now.
Because I do wonder, because like I feel like there is a lot of good, I feel like pretty good combo expression in 2 that like I feel like maybe because you were younger you didn't just get as much into as you would like 3 when you played it when you were older,
Yeah, probably. I would probably agree with that. It's just I did want to go back to it. I just I just haven't had like the time to yet, but it is one of the games I want to revisit in the future.
That's fair. Here, well,
this is just me going off my like memories from back then.
Let me show off my little combo. Like this is story mode Zigbar, so not data fight Zigbar. But just a quick little reminder of what Zigbar can do. Hey Bodo, how are you? I mean, this is like the speedrun strat, but I don't know. I feel like Zigbar does just have like fun stuff you can do against him,
I think I remember watching you do this fight.
Maybe.
Well, you did this fight like at a very low level, right? And I remember you were stuck on it for quite a bit.
Maybe? But yeah, that's good old duck flare, baby.
And then form changes definitely made Kingdom Hearts 2 a lot more expressive as well.
Right. Hey Dave, how are you?
Yo, what up, Dave?
Look at that, baby. 1 minute 10 seconds, baby. But yeah, I don't know. I just find, I guess it's also just duck flare spam, but that's also fun. I would personally probably put him like maybe like A. I think he's fun. I normally have like a pretty good time against him. I did maybe, I don't remember what playthrough that was, but yeah, if you're under leveled, he can definitely be kind of like a roadblock though.
Yeah, it wasn't really the difficulty. It's the
patience.
It's the fight. It's a pacing of the fight, right? There's not many interactions you have with him because either you're beating him up or you're chasing him down.
That's fair, yeah. I'll put him at A, but I don't know, maybe like lower A, depending on who else we get an A.
Okay.
Zaldin. What do you remember about Zaldin?
Absolutely nothing, because I don't recall when we fight.
He's the one you fight at Beast's Castle.
Yeah, you fight him on the bridge, right?
Yeah.
I can't remember. I know he does a lot of like dive attacks because he's like a dragoon.
Yeah,
he's
exactly.
a dragoon of Kingdom Hearts. So I do remember that, but I don't recall him being too difficult. I did have fun with him though because he's very melee-esque.
Right.
So you have some nice interactions with him, right?
Yeah, he's a bit more melee. He's also like Zigbar that he's like constantly in the air a bit. And he's a lot he's also like you kind of have to guard to like get that learn command so you can constantly jump. So you can like stack up to like 9 jumps and just repeat this attack. Which, works out pretty well. And then of course, just like Zaldin, you can duck flare.
So what I'm hearing is Donald is just the strongest character in the game.
Oh, definitely. 100%.
Yo, someone better promote Donald, man. Like, oh no, he's dead. Never mind.
Yeah, he's Glass Cannon Joe, you know. Yeah, and then here's his little fun little DM.
He just like rides the dragon.
Yeah. Yep, gotta heal Donald real quick.
Oh, get in here. Who told you could take a nap? It ain't lunchtime yet. Put your hours in.
And then, woo, baby. Easy. So yeah, in terms of his data fight, oh, you know what? There is one major difference I feel like is with his data fight. Is after a certain point, he will spam this. He has like his little arrow shield. And the thing is, the attack he'll spam is just, he'll teleport right next to you. And that's it. But like, because his little windshield hurts you, you know, you can't, like, it hurts a ton. And there's not, honestly, there's like very little counterplay. He just spams next to you. You can avoid it, but then he'll spam next to you. He'll teleport like next to you, and then you'll try to dodge it, and then he'll teleport next to you. And it's just like this stupid, just like, feels like there's like really no out, and you're just either waiting it out or dying. I will say that attack is extremely annoying, and I don't know why it is. There is one way to avoid it, is if you cast Magnet on him, it stops it. But, you know, the average person is not going to realize Magnet is the way to stop this stupid attack.
Yeah, you'd have to try everything on everything in order to
Right.
figure that out.
And, you know, like, most of the time people would be like, okay, I kind of get the point of Magnet. Why would I use that against a boss? I don't know. So, yeah, like, if you know the little Magnet trick, you know, I feel like this fight becomes a lot, like, easier, and, you know, you don't have to deal with his most ridiculous move. But if you don't know that, like, I remember before I knew that, I was like, what do I do about this attack? Like, it's so annoying.
I can eat it.
Yeah, I feel like I was just, like, eating it. I'm like, okay, do I guard it? Nope. Do I dodge roll? Maybe, but he just does it again. Can I, like, is there, like, an opening? What if I, like, you know, like, hit him with, like, thunder or something? Nope. Like, it's just, like, do I spam reflect? That somehow doesn't work, even though reflect works against everything. Like...
Yeah, you gotta use Magnet, you know, the one that doesn't work against most bosses. Have fun
Right,
with that.
yeah. Well, funny enough, as I've, you know, gotten more into Kingdom Hearts 2, like, Magnet always has a weird interaction with bosses. It's kind of just the general rule. It doesn't typically do a ton, but it has, like, a weird interaction where it can, like, I don't know. It either can, like, slightly stun them or, like, skip their current attack. And that's kind of essentially what it does to Zaldin. It's just, like, for some reason, his, like, AI is like, all right, time to go on to the next attack. Which you're like, thank God. Like...
Please stop that.
Please just go... You're essentially be like, go use the next attack, please, thank you. And, yeah, that is very nice. So, I don't know. I think I like the fight, again. I like being rewarded for playing defensively, I guess, is my thing. Like, I like being aggressive. I like being aggressive, but I also like when the boss is like, hey, if you do, like, do this thing, you'll get rewarded for it, you know? And I also like that Zaldin doesn't necessarily, like, slow down the pace of the fight. It's just kind of like a typical attack, right? But, like, that if you happen to guard, or heck, some of the times just, like, avoid it, and you're close enough to him, you can just, like, spam that triangle button, you scoop up some jumps. You know,
yeah,
and jumping is fun. I don't know, like jumping on him is fun.
Jump cancels.
Yeah, so I do like that, but I will say overall his windshield is a little annoying. That you're like, how do I get through this really? And of course, when he arrow shields and then just spams teleport, it's a little annoying. I don't know. I like it, but I feel like there's just like there's some of those like annoying features, I guess, that I'm like, I don't know. Where would you?
Yeah, I think watching your video on fighting him, if I had to go back to fight him, I feel like I would probably put him around. I do like that jump loop.
Yeah.
Probably like high B, low A.
That's kind of what I'm thinking. I'm thinking maybe a bit closer to B. I feel like he is pretty similar to Zigbar in some ways, but I feel like the one, like, teleport spam attack that's just, like, really has very few answers, like, I feel like really puts it lower for me. Even though that I know the one answer. Like, I know the answer, but I know if most people would not know the answer. And I can remember a time when I didn't know the answer. I'm like, this is stupid, you know?
It's so much more difficult, yeah.
Yeah. Number 4 is Vexen. Okay, so he's not in the original. So, what he does, he has his own shield. His shield has, like, its own health bar that you have to, like, break through to, like, actually damage him. And then he has, like, a constant little, like, thing below like, on the ground that the longer it's below you, it fills up a gauge. And when that gauge fills up, he summons an anti-Sora to, like, start attacking you. Mm-hmm. So you're, like, trying to break down his shield and trying to avoid this, you know, little mine thing that can stick a deadly guy on you. And then also sometimes he just does attacks that just, like, freeze the entire screen, you know? My god, I find Vexen to be one of the most annoying fights in the game. Like, I don't know. Anti-Sora is just such a pain to deal with, and the thing is, you think, oh, well, maybe I could just, like, avoid that thing. It's like, at some point, it will happen. Like, you can't avoid it the entire fight. It's just, like, physically impossible. That he will eventually summon Anti-Sora, and that's just, like, Anti-Sora is just, like, a whole nother enemy you have to deal with that just does ridiculous damage. Mm-hmm. That it's just so annoying. Like, yeah, it's just, like, not fun. And then, like, the shield I don't necessarily have an issue with. It just, like, but it does kind of slow down the fight a bit, I guess. And of course, some of his attacks just, like, maybe I'm just dumb. I don't even remember how to avoid some of them, because he just, like, freezes the entire screen, and it's just like, what the heck? Like,
yeah.
And honestly, like, I feel like most people that, like, fight him, like, do, like, essentially the speedrun tactic of just spam fire against him. He does take, like, more damage from fire. So, like, the thing is, with Kingdom Hearts 2, I don't know if I have a video of this. I didn't really save a video of this, heck. This is the closest I think I have of it. This is the closest I have of what is typically the speedrun strat, is you spam Final Form Fire against the boss. Mm-hmm. Because in terms of, like, how bosses work in KH2, they have a revenge value. That, like, if you do enough, like, combo finishers, it triggers this, like, revenge value. Like, it raises the revenge value. And if it gets high enough, they, like, auto-retaliate. Right?
Yeah, it knocks you back.
Yeah. Fire in general, besides the finisher of fire, doesn't, trigger that revenge value at all. It adds 0 to the revenge value. And Final Form Fire actually just does a lot of damage, as you kind of just saw. So, you just can kind of spam that, and if you just don't do the finisher, you can... It's almost essentially infinitely spam Final Form Fire against bosses, and they will never do anything about it. The only reason this doesn't quite work is Final Form will run out, essentially. But for the most part, against every boss, like, most bosses in the game, you can do a vast majority of their health bar, you know? Like, and that's the thing, is against Vexen, I feel like most people don't even want to fight him fairly. They just would rather do this Final Form Fire, like, kind of cheese strat against him, because they're like, I don't want to actually fight you, because you're so annoying to fight. Like... Yeah,
I'd rather just choose this.
Right. Like, he's definitely... And, like, myself included, like, you know, a lot of these fights I try to do a bit more... Like, I'm not going to spam Reflect. I'm not going to spam Final Form Fire. I'm going to try to do this honestly. But Vexen is one of those fights I'm like, I don't want to. Like, I don't want to be fair and respectful to you. You suck. Like, I'm not a fan of him. Like, honestly, he might even be in D.
To be fair, if I recall, Chain of Memories, he wasn't all that much fun to fight against either.
That's fair. His only redeeming factor, I feel like, in Chain of Memories is you fight him, like, earlier, so he's not as hard, essentially, but, like, he's still very annoying, yeah. Honestly, I think D is fair for him, like...
Yeah.
To be fair, there is
also
also the F tier that... would I put him... I don't think I put him in F.
No, I don't think any of these bosses are truly F tier.
Vexen would probably be one of the closer ones, I would be totally honest,
I think
though.
I think we keep Vexen at the bottom of D, and we use him as a basis. Are you worse than Vexen to
Like,
fight?
he's...
Would I rather fight Vexen than you?
Like, yeah, Vexen is really annoying. Who... Number 5 is... Is that Zexion? I want to say that's Zexion.
I don't know anything about him, because he... Even in Chain of Memories, you don't fight him in the game.
Yeah, you only fought him in the remake of Chain of Memories, yeah.
Yeah. He just dies. I'm like, okay, that's cool.
So, here's my thing. So he starts off in the real world, and he is nothing. You can just kind of destroy him. However, he will eventually summon you into his book world, where he just kind of like combos you, and the whole point is to try to escape the book world, right? And he kind of puts you through some kind of like minigame-esque things, until you can kind of like get an opening, combo him, escape the book world, and then you're in the real world, so you can kind of bully him again. The thing is, you can fight all the fights that aren't actually like story mode, that are like the Chain of Memory bosses. You can fight them as absent silhouettes, which are like weaker versions of them. I think he works really well as an absent silhouette, because like what happens is through that like whole little real world book world loop, you kind of do it like maybe 2 to 3 times, and then you kill him, you beat the fight, you win. But because, and I feel like that works out pretty well in terms of balancing. However, the data fight has obviously a lot higher HP, and I feel like you have to do that loop like 6 times, and that's when it gets, you know, like in some of these other fights, it gets a little old. You're like, all right, I'm back in the book, like jumping back between the book world and the real world lot, just, it gets old. It gets really old. After that 3rd time, you're like, okay, I've had enough. Like, when are we done? That honestly, he's another fight that I'm always tempted to, when I get to the real world, do the final form fire cheese, just to like get it over with quicker, because I'm like, I don't want to go back to the book world like for the 4th time, bro. Like,
yeah, you're
like,
just trying to rush the fight as much as possible, so you don't have to keep going back there.
Right. Like, in general, I feel like the fights kind of do improve with the data fights. Except him. I feel like he's definitely, like, the one that I'm like, no, you get worse with the data fight. Like, you're kind of more of, like, a gimmicky, almost like minigame boss fight that you were not supposed to have higher health, bro. Like, it really ruins, like, I feel like the flow. So, like, I don't know. I like fighting him in as his, like, absent silhouette, but as a data fight, I just get sick of it.
Yeah. It's like one of those fights that we talked about where it's just like very bad pacing.
Right.
It's just so disruptive.
Hey, Icy. Thank you for the head pass. We're ranking the
it's Icy.
optional bosses in Kingdom Hearts. We're gonna anger you, aren't we? But yeah. I kind of want to put him in D tier as well.
Is he worse than Vexen?
I don't think he's worse than Vexen. He's just annoying. You know? I don't think he's worse than Vexen, but, like, he's, like, higher than Vexen, and maybe he'd be C, but, like, I don't know. For the most part, I'm like, brother, you're a little annoying. Lexius. So, he has a funny little power level meter. You know, his power level rises over 9,000. And it's just funny, because you both start at 100. Sora's power level will never raise, like, ever in the fight. So it's just kind of there for fun. And then over the fight, he'll, like, charge up, and his power level will increase. Which is kind of funny, because, like, at the beginning of the fight, if you, like, let him hit you, he'll do, like, no damage. but you know, later on his power level can rise to a max of 99,000, and then he's like, okay, he's like one-shotting you now. So that is kind of fun. But there is one reaction command where, like, if you guard his attack, you can, like, take his hammer and, like, steal his power level and to, like, attack him for one hit, which is kind of fun. I don't think it actually changes the amount of damage you do, but, like, for cosmetics, like, your power level rise to above 9,000, you know?
Mm-hmm.
For, like, a brief second, and you're like, that's funny. But, I don't know. For the most part, his fight is pretty straightforward. He likes to spam, like, little rock attacks or his hammer attacks. He likes to grab you a lot, which is funny that you can, like, reflect his grab. You think that wouldn't work, but it does. Because reflect just works against everything. But, I don't know. My biggest problem with him is, like, overall, like, I think it's, like, a pretty well-designed fight, but honestly, I think it's a little, like, boring.
Like a little stale.
Right, I feel like there's, like, not a whole lot happening. I don't know. Like, it's just... I don't know. I don't know how else to explain it, but, because, like I said, like, I really like the nice, like, simple mono-y-mono fights, like, with, you know, Data Zemnis, like that against the Clock Tower. But, like, this is, like, a little, like, you know, this has gimmicks, you know, there's, like, he is using, like, these weird, like, stone things and his grab things that you do have to avoid. That makes it a little less, like, simple mono-y-mono. But at the same time, like, they're also just, like, I don't know, they're just, like, boring, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it, but, like, I just, like, kind of get... I'm just, like, kind of, like, meh on this fight. Like, I don't hate it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it, but I just, like... get bored of it. I don't know.
Solid C.
I think C, yeah.
Yeah.
Like, I don't really have, besides, like, calling it boring, I don't really have necessarily anything bad to say about it, but, you know. And then we have Axel. He's a little like when you fight him as Roxas, except, you know, a lot harder. The main difference is the floor, when the floor is on fire, it actually continuously damages you. Hey, never mind.
Yo, what? Never mind. Welcome in.
Yeah, so the floor is lava, and it continuously hurts you, and that's kind of funny. A little annoying, though, to be fair. Like, it will damage you till you're at 1 HP. It won't ever kill you, but a lot of the time you're just like, I'm just gonna be stuck at 1 HP. Which is a little annoying, but... He's also probably He's also probably the easiest boss in the entire... Honestly, arguably maybe the entire series to loop. You know? Like, get him into, like, a set pattern where, like... I don't remember the exact pattern. It's been a bit. But I think if you just go, like, reflect... Because he'll do, like, an auto-retaliate. But if you do, like, reflect, blizzard, blizzard... And you just kind of repeat that loop... Maybe it's, like, 3 blizzards. If you just kind of repeat that loop, he'll do the same thing every single time. And you'll just eventually kill him. Like...
Nice.
Like, cause, like, essentially, cause, like, he's just like the Roxas fight, and if you remember when you fought him as Roxas, he's pretty simple for the most part, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's very simple to, like, even accidentally loop, right? Like, he'll, like, do his little auto-retaliate thing, where he'll, like, zoom behind you and throw his chakrams, and then you just avoid that, or reflect it, and then you just hit him again, and, like, rinse and repeat. So, I don't know. Quite honestly, I feel like his fight ends up becoming kind of like Lexius's in that it has a bit more flair.
Very simple.
It's very simple and, like, a little boring. It has a little bit more flair with, like, you know, the floor is on lava. And you also have to, like, use a reaction command. Because, like, as long as the floor is on lava, you can't kill him. So you have to use a reaction command to make the floor not on lava. Is Maddie God tier? I'm not an optional boss. But yeah, honestly... Nah. I don't know. I feel like for the most part, he's pretty, like... He's a little, like, simple and not, like... There's just, like, not a whole lot happening. He's super, like, it's fun to loop him, but at the same time, it gets kind of boring. Like, I don't know. Psyx. Oh, what do you remember about Psyx?
Oh wait, Sykes is the berserker dude.
Yeah.
I remember him. He was really fun to just stay in his face the entire time. He did a lot of damage. I remember that.
Yeah.
I believe, did he have super armor? Like, it was really hard to like.
So while he berserks, he
Like,
does
stagger
have like super armor, and you have to use his little like thing against him.
Yes, his own weapon, right?
Yeah, to knock him out of that. Otherwise, you can't really hurt him. You know, he takes very little damage and he has like super armor. But while he's not berserker, he's pretty easy to just bully a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and then good old duck flare. Good old duck flare.
And if Duck Flare is this strong, can you imagine if he could use Zeta Flare in this fight?
Right. But yeah, you know, it's just a good old, like, you know, bully him and then, like, knock him out of Berserker when he gets there. So, how do you, for the most part, how do you remember him?
Okay, so since I only faced him in like the base game, I think base game wise, I did have a lot of fun with him. But again, like most fights, I feel like the combo routing ends up being very, very simple, right?
Yeah.
Something like maybe like B. I think he'd probably be like above Zaldin, but not as high as like Xemnas.
That's
IMO.
fair. Like, I think he is pretty fun, and I guess a big difference between his data fight is he actually does not start off in the Berserker state, which is kind of funny. So you get to start off by bullying him, but of course he has more health. But like, I feel like it's a simplistic loop, but like at the same time it can still be kind of fun. Honestly, I think I'd agree with that. Like, honestly, I might even put him above, because this is like final, like the second fight of Xemnas, not the first fight.
So the thing about like the fight with Xemnas is that, like, again, you know, Din never fought his like data form, right? But I actually find the final fight of Kingdom Hearts 2 a lot of fun, especially because of how cinematic it is.
Oh,
right?
Definitely. That's the thing, though, is I guess I would agree. Like, Kingdom Hearts 2 has one of the best like final boss like sequences like almost ever. It is so cinematic. It's so like epic. The problem is, as like for the data fight, you know, which is what we're ranking, you know, it's just it's just that like final fight. So we're getting rid of a lot of that cinematic like epicness, and we're just doing the fight.
Like mashing like triangle and X to survive.
Yeah, right. We're just in it for that like final fight. So I don't want to rank it like based on the cinematic, because it doesn't really have it here because it's the data fight, you know.
That's fair.
Like, if we were like in terms of like, you know, if at some point if I ever want to like rank all the bosses, I'd probably include that for his like main story boss, wherever that is. Be like, okay, it's like too epic to not rank higher, but like in terms of just his data boss, like I'm just like, I don't know, his fight is fine, but I feel like nothing too special.
Okay. I can agree with that.
Let's see, that was 8. So number 9, I want to say is that like Marluxia?
Number 9?
I think Marluxia's 9. Oh, you know what? Where's Luxord?
Yeah, that's a card guy. Where's Gambling Dude?
Luxord.
That guy was something else. You had a... Oh, there he is. The one with the cards to the left. Right? That's him all the way to the left?
Oh, there.
Right.
God, just giant card. Wow.
Yeah. I was like, oh, that's him. Look, he has a ginormous
Oh, you know
card.
what? I think Demix is 9, because Luxord's
Dance
10,
Water Dance.
and then these two are 11 and 12. Okay. So
My
Demyx.
friend hates that.
So the main difference between the story fight and the Demic and the data fight is he spams low Dance Water Dance a lot more, and to beat him, like, it is required to go through his like final Dance Water Dance segment, which is like 4 different rounds. Like the first round being like destroy 20 in like 10 seconds, destroy like 30 in 15 seconds, destroy like 40 in 20 seconds, and then like destroy like 99 in like 20 seconds. So he definitely goes really in on his whole little kill my water clones or die on the data fight. But outside of that, how do you remember him?
It's gamble or you lose half of your HP, or more of that.
Wait, what?
Right? It's like if you no, it wasn't like lose half your HP. It was like I remember if you lost the gamble, you got turned into a card or a dice or something.
We're talking about Demyx.
Oh, Demyx. My bad.
Dance Water Dance guy. Remember?
Yeah, Dance Water Dance. My bad. For some reason I don't know why, but I was like thinking about Luxord. You know what? I got hit with that PTSD of being turned into a dice one too many damn times. I'll tell you what. God, I feel like, again, I never fought his like data version, right? But his base version was just annoying with that timer, and like you had to get rid of all of his little dudes, right?
Yeah.
And like I remember like sometimes I would get him just low enough, and then I would run out of time. Like I feel like sometimes you just gotta get lucky. If you didn't know like what the mechanics was, you just had to get lucky that you like took them all out.
I mean, like,
You know?
I
do like the reaction command where you take his little notes and just
yeah.
beat each other with it.
The thing is,
I thought that was a lot of fun.
at least in his base fight, you can kind of just spam that. I guess because like, it's funny because I would probably disagree. I feel like in his story mode fight, it's for the most part pretty easy to deal with his water clones. It's just, but in the data fight, there's not a like it's like that on like steroids. It's actually really tough, and some of the only ways to really consistently handle it are using like wisdom form and like spamming fire, which, you know, like there's like a few other ways, but it's kind of like, I don't know, a little lame. That's like, okay, every time this is like the main way to really handle this. Like there's just not a whole lot else you can do, and you kind of got to go for this.
Yeah.
Which is a little annoying. Outside of the water clones, I don't know. I like his like in general. I like his general attack pattern. I think he's very fun to like fight in general. I like his like, I just like his fight patterns. I guess I think he's fun to like just beat up. And the water clones sometimes they're a little like just like a whatever nuisance, but I feel like sometimes they can just definitely just be like, I get it. This is really just like, all right, now time to spam like the one way to get rid of your water clones and just go to the end. So I don't know. I honestly, I feel like he is better in the story mode than the data fight, actually. I would say he's one of the few, like Zexion, that like probably gets worse with the data fight just because like they really hammer in on the Dance Water Dance clones, which gets annoying. I'd rather have more of a better base fight than the gimmick part of it, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe like one of these days I'll actually get like the I think it's on Steam now, right?
It is, yeah. I think it's currently on sale.
Maybe I'll pick it up and then I'll have to go through it and I'll come back to you with my my tier list as well, and then we can compare it.
Fair.
Because like I can only go off like the base like the base fights, right?
Yeah.
But I am like I do kind of want to go and try it again and just see how much different it is for me as an adult rather than like playing it as like, you know, a kid.
I'm thinking C tier. Like
C tier sounds about good.
I think like higher tier here. I think I do enjoy him some more than some of these other guys, but like I just wish like, I don't know, because like it's also like a requirement like that. Some of these guys, you know, you can be kind of like cheeky and like skip their DMs, right? Their desperation moves, their big moves, right? For some reason, Demyx, you just can't. Like, at least in his data fight. Like, he will summon the clones. You will get him down to 1 HP and he'll be like, hold up, water clone down. You're like, Okay, okay, all right, fine, sure. Like, I don't know. Number 10, Luxord. Finally to the card guy.
Oh, you already know how I feel about that guy.
Yeah,
He's
tell,
fun,
tell us.
He's fun, but like, you know, I love trying to survive as a pair of dice.
I will say one
I don't even know what's going on half the
one
time.
massive improvement the data fight has over the base fight is in the story fight, you start off the fight as a dice. Like, you immediately start off as a dice, which sucks, obviously.
Yeah.
In the data fight, you do not start as a dice.
Oh, thank God.
Big difference. And so unless you fail the minigame, you can go the entire fight without being a dice, which I think is a massive improvement over the story fight. Otherwise the fight is pretty similar. Like, here, let me, I actually do for some reason. I don't have, like, a nice, like, fun speedrun video of him, but here's his base fight. Yeah, you just immediately start off as the dice. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that. You just have the dice and you just gotta sit here and chill, bro. Like,
You, like, the more you damage him, the quicker your form goes down. That's why I was, like, trying to, like, jump into him.
yeah.
But,
It's like, it's so goofy.
it's so goofy. I don't mind the goofy, but it is just annoying. Especially because it's, like, guaranteed. Like, you are a dice. Like, you didn't do anything wrong to deserve this. You were just a dice.
I think, like, this fight would have been a lot more fun if it had more, like, interactions with it, right? Like, one of the things I did like about Kingdom Hearts 2 was the reaction commands being more like QTEs, right?
Yeah.
But it's not like an instant death QTE, or like, you know, it's not like a well, against Sephiroth it's more or less instant death QTE
Yeah, that's
if you don't
true.
get that one right in the beginning. But for this one, it's like I do like these kind of interactions, right?
Yeah,
And I
like,
kinda wish
finding
you
his
got-
card is really fun. Like, yeah.
Yeah, but I feel like I would have liked it more if, as a card or as a dice, you could have more interaction with him as well. Like, you're not
Right.
forced to just. I tried to attack him as a dice or a card. You could
Yeah.
like maybe like play high-low with him, right? Maybe like he has to pick like a card number, and then you have to pick a card number from your own list. And then if you're like, you know, a higher number, then it would drastically decrease like your time as like, you know, a card, or like if you're like as a dice, you try to like roll like a high number or something, and as you're like the higher your number is, like, you know, the less that's taken off of your like time of being, you know, transformed into a dice. Something like that would have been really nice instead of just trying to survive as a dice or a card.
That's why, again, like, I think the data fight does improve on it, that you don't have, like, you don't start off immediately as a dice, and so if you do play it right, you'd never have to be a dice, which, you know, is nice. I will say, this part in the data fight, the last one, like, when you get to, like, the last circle, it goes so fast, like, I'm pretty, like, it's practically impossible unless you pause buffer.
Yeah.
Like, they make it go this part, like, in here, I don't have to pause buffer, it's, like, pretty simple. You know, it's just, like, it goes, like,
Yeah,
a
it's
decent
like-
speed, but, like, I can do it. You practically have to pause buffer in the data fight. They make it go so fast. And
Yeah.
that's always a little annoying, I'd say. But overall, I'd say it's still a massive improvement over the story fight, because you don't have to start as a dice. I don't know, but I would agree. I feel like there's, like, not a ton of interactions with him. You're just kind of, like, avoiding his cards and just wailing on him.
Yep,
Like,
pretty much.
I think overall he also just improved in KH3 when we finally get there, but, like, I don't know. It's, like, he's, like, fine. I guess he's a little bit more fun to fight than, like, maybe Lexius. I don't know. He's maybe around, like, Axel for me. What do you think?
So for him, so outside of being turned into a dice and into a card, right? I think the rest of it is still a lot of fun, like interacting with him, doing like,
Yeah.
the little circles, and then like trying to guess which one it is.
Yeah.
I feel like he's probably. I would put him like somewhere around where like Saix is.
Really? You put him that high?
Because, like, I think, like, again, I hate the fact that I have to, like, stick to being a dice and a card. But like outside of those two parts, he is still kind of fun because there's a lot of interactions you can have with him.
That's fair.
So I guess like for me, instead of like thinking about like how hard it is or how like, you know, simple it is, it's like, what is the feel of the fight? How does the fight,
I guess it is.
you know?
Like, overall, yeah, I guess it is pretty fun. And, I don't know, maybe he is a bit higher than, like, maybe he is higher than Demix for me. I don't know if, I feel like I'd personally maybe still put him below, like, Zaldin.
Probably, yeah, below Zaldin.
Like, I think, like, overall, like, I don't know. Sometimes, like, I'm, like, kind of whatever on it, some of his interactions, and like again, I think it's a little lame. You pretty much have to pause buffer for like the final attack, but I guess outside of that, it is an overall pretty good feeling fight that I'm like it's solid. Then Marluxia. So Marluxia in Kingdom Hearts 2 puts like a timer above your head equal to your level, and most of his attacks do not do any damage. They just trickle down that that number he put above your head, and when that number reaches 0, you die.
Yeah.
So you're playing on like a different.
About him.
Yeah, you're playing on like a weirdly different axis. To be fair, still has some attacks that can damage you, and it definitely catches people off guard, and they can just die from regular means against him. But so besides like that gimmick though, he's kind of like. He's a lot more, like, outside of that, he's pretty straightforward. Sometimes he summons, like, 3, like, blood pools in the middle that you kind of have to avoid. It gives you very little room to play around, because, like, if you touch those actually do real damage to you, you know, instead of the meter. So, like, those are a little annoying. And I guess he also has one attack that he, like, has, like, a little, like, flower field around you that eventually detonates. But the flowers are very hard to see, I feel like, sometimes. Especially when things get a bit more chaotic, if a lot's happening on screen. That it's, like, really hard to, like, block or, like, dodge out of the way in time of the explosion, because you're like, I didn't even see the flowers. So that's, like, a little annoying. But outside of that, I feel like he is just overall, like, a pretty solid fight. Like, I don't know.
I will say, I also had, and like this may be like a little controversial, but I actually did like his boss fight in Chain of Memories.
Oh, I think it was pretty good in Chain of Memories, yeah.
Yeah, so like, you know, it doesn't really apply to this, but like, you know.
Yeah.
I just want to put that up there. Like, it's a lot of fun to fight in that, but I do like that. I heard like a lot of like people were complaining about like the timer one that made it like a lot harder because he's like a strong fighter in general, right? And then now you have the timer on top of it, and it becomes like a, you know, it's like a, how do you say, like it feels like an anxiety attack, you know, like
you're number
pressured.
Above, like the hit count above your head.
Yeah, like how many times, like, you know, you would get hit before, like,
I don't know, killed, like right? My thing is like, I feel like because he does very little actual damage to you, you're just playing on a different axis. And funny enough, so in terms of his absent silhouette version, fighting him at level 99 is probably giving you the most like room for error against him than like than a lot of other fights, right? Because you essentially have 99 hit points, and he's doing like his biggest combos. He can kind of combo you, but like they're not going to do more than like 5, right?
Yeah, but I believe like what was it, critical mode limits your level to 1, right?
No, you don't have to play on level 1.
Was it not that one?
You can play on level 1, and that, yes, then Zaldin can become a huge issue, but you can also just play critical on level 99. Like,
that's right. Oh wait, I thought, wasn't there like a game mode that locks your level to 1, or is it just a...
So when you play on critical mode, you immediately start with an ability called No Experience. And it's essentially up to you. You can like choose to equip it and play on level 1, but you're like never locked into level 1 either. If you're like, never mind, I'm done with level 1 run, you can just like start getting experience again. I will admit, yeah, on like a level 1 run, he's probably the hardest because you cannot make a single mistake. But
yeah, that's why that's like the thing that I heard, where it's like it was like back in the day, they're like, was it Marluxia on was a critical no experience is impossible.
Lily Lily, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. My name
Lily!
is Mad Rucksack, or Maddie, and I'm here with Ruined Zephyroth, and we're doing a tier list of Kingdom Hearts, because I didn't want to fight anymore on level 1, because I was exhausted.
Yeah, Maddie is doing a tier list. I'm here throwing in whatever 2 cents I have on these characters without ever actually fighting them.
Yeah, Rune was bored, because we were going to do, like, play with Maple today, and then she was too sick to play, so now we're here. But I hope you had a good stream, Lily, playing Age of Wonders. I don't know about that
I
game.
think Age of Wonders is a strategy game, if I recall. It's something like similar to Civ, I want to say. I could be wrong, though.
Okay. I guess I feel like that sounds right, you know. Don't even know Age of Wonders. I'm sorry. I feel like there's so many games that like people rate in. I'm like, oh, what game are you playing? I'm like, shoot, I don't know that game. I don't know anything outside of Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I do believe Age of Wonders is a game that's very similar to like Civ, right? Where you have to do like your tech trees. You have to try to like build. Like it's like I think like you have to build like your own kingdom or your empire, and you have to make sure like you're like outperforming the rest of like the civilizations around you, something like that. I want to say it's like similar to that.
It's very niche. Okay, you can just grew up
there you
with
go.
it. Okay. I mean, I was a little worried because I saw the 4 next to it. I'm like, shoot, maybe it's, you know. I normally don't think of niche when I do see the like a 4 next to it. I'm like, heck, it's super popular.
Well,
There's 4 of them.
The game type itself is rather niche, right?
That's fair.
Because like I don't know if you ever played Civilization.
No, I have not. No.
So basically, think of like you're simulating building your own empire, right? You start off with I don't know how Age of Wonders works, but in Civilization, you basically start off with like a settler and a fighter, and it goes on like a semi-grid like system. It's not like a normal grid. How do you call it? It's like cells, right? The where it's like usually like a hexagon kind of cells, and essentially like you could just like start your own like city when you like settle down, and then you have like different resources. Like you'll have like food, gold, and you know all this stuff, and your whole goal is to like generate as much technology or like, you know, advance your civilization as fast as possible, and then just go to war when the next play's over. So I think you would actually like the game, because it is a game that requires a lot of like thought, like forethought, and deciding like how you want to build tall or if you want to build wide, etc.
Then again, I'm also stupid, so I don't know.
It's well, the thing is, I don't think you have to be like smart to play Civilization or games like Civilization, right? I think being smart helps a lot, but a lot of it is experience, right? Understanding how to grow your empire. And I feel like you're like the way that you play certain games, like you are very growth conscious, right? How do I want my character to grow? In what direction do I want to grow them? And how can I maximize the output from this level of growth, right? Or this style of growth. So, right, like think about Persona. When you're playing Persona, you always like, you know, you create a persona and you think about how you want this persona to grow, right? Or this character, what build are you going with? And how do you want this character to grow, etc. Stuff like that. So just think of like Persona, but then instead of like a persona, the persona is like an entire empire.
See, that sounds overwhelming.
It is overwhelming at first, but once you like start understanding the mechanics behind certain growth patterns, it becomes a lot of fun.
Okay. I wasn't expecting anything after 2 in Shadow Magic, since it took 11 years for 3 to release. Wow. That, I mean, dang. 11 years is quite a while, but, you know, I don't know. Maybe I'll play something like that in the future, like a Civ or Age of Empire or Wonders. I don't know. If Lily likes it, it's got to be at least pretty good, right?
Yeah, I have a lot of fun with those types of games.
I don't know. Sometimes I feel like just too stupid to play games, though, you know? I don't know. Jamaica didn't win. I'm sorry, Ubel. I don't know what we're talking about. I'm sorry Jamaica didn't win, though.
Sounds like it might be. Like,
The Jazz are from the same country. Oh my god, it's the game. They actually made it specifically for people. Good job. YCS.
Oh, what? Yeah. Sorry, I heard you make good. I thought soccer or something.
I kind of, I'll be honest, I kind of did too. I was like, are we talking about soccer? But thanks for the head pats, Boojin. They liked one of my tweets a while back. I was so hype. Oh my god.
That's how you know Lily made it.
Yeah. Well, she didn't make it, but she's in cahoots, you know. Like,
yeah, it's exactly like how Konami definitely is a big fan of Maple.
Yeah.
And gives Maple all the stuff that she wants. It's the same thing.
Yeah. Lily could make it like a tweet of like, I want this for Age of Wonders 5, and lo and behold, we might see that in Age of Wonders 5.
Exactly.
Wait, Triff won the entire YCS? That's kind of crazy. Wow. I'll be honest, I didn't even know Triff was like still playing. I feel like I haven't heard from him. But wow. They did it. He doesn't have to delete all of his social media now. Was that a bet or
If
something?
I lose, I'm gonna delete all my social media. Man, sounds like a win-win situation. Either you win or you get off social media.
Let's go!
Dang.
Yeah, that is pretty cool, Bliss, right? I don't know. I feel like I've never had like anyone, you know, big like one of my tweets. Like the biggest person to like any of my tweets is probably like Maple. Like I don't get big people to like my tweets.
To be fair, like you have to like post a lot.
That's true. I don't
as
really
well,
post.
Right.
If anything, I do like I just like reply to people. I'm like, so true, bestie.
Yo, you do more than I do. I am a constant lurker on all
Right.
social media. It's like I'm like, man, no one wants to hear about my day. Like my day is just kind of boring. I go to
Right?
work. I sometimes take a nap. I'll play a game, and I'll come home and sleep. Like, oh,
Right? Like I never know what to tweet. I'm like, guys, I'd be like, I just tweet like, chat, help, I'm hungry. Like that would just be my tweets.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, like I feel like those kind of tweets actually go kind of hard, where you're just like, man, I could use some Wendy's right now, and then Wendy's be like, okay, but have you checked out our 4 for 4?
You know what? I'm gonna tweet that right now.
Yo.
I could
Dude,
use
like,
some
that's-
Wendy's right now.
Yeah, you could be like, man, this KH3 tier list is pretty good, but you know what would be even better? Wendy's. I could go for some chicken nuggets shaped like Cloud's hair.
Yo, could you imagine? Make sure to @ Wendy's. Heck, okay, you know what? I already tweeted it, but I'll reply to my own
Oh.
tweet.
Not
With
gonna lie,
Wendy's.
if you @ Wendy's, there is like a solid 60 to 70% chance you may get roasted, because Wendy's Twitter be like that.
You know what? Deal.
They'll make sure that you're the next patty on their burger.
Here,
Don't roast
I'll
you that
reply to my
hard.
own tweet @ Wendy's. Help me. Help me.
Yo, can I get a sponsorship from Wendy's? Haha.
All right. Haha. Just kidding. Unless. Whoop.
Yeah, unless, dude, that would be sick. Like, if they like just sponsor me with like a free meal, like I would 100% take that. You know?
Oh yeah.
Like, can you just like eat this meal and talk about it on stream? Oh, would I ever? Easy. I
Yo.
got you.
I got you.
I'm gonna make a whole Shokugeki no Soma episode out of this meal.
Okay, I don't know if I'd go that far. And honestly, I'd probably be I wouldn't be probably that good. I'd probably just like eat it on stream and be like, num num num. I like this. I'll be like, oh shoot, I forgot to say something about it. Eat good.
Not gonna lie, I would 500% get buff and learn how to tear my shirt by just flexing, just to make like an episode about it.
Yo.
I'd be like, oh, it's so good, and then just like flex my shirt off.
Talk about
Well,
the
listen.
great benefits of eating Wendy's, yo.
Honestly, like one of the things I used to get like all the time from Wendy's is actually their like salad. Like they have this like nice apple salad
Oh wait, I think I
with
remember
like
that, yeah.
pecans and stuff. Yeah, it was so good.
Well, the thing
They would
is,
have,
I'm not
like-
a big fan of pecans, but I didn't like hate the salad for the most
Well,
part though.
the thing is, like, their pecans were like a little bit like on the roasted and like sugary side, so it was really nice. It paired with the apple slices, really nice. And then like I asked them to put a little bit of bacon in there, and it was just the savoriness and the saltiness of the bacon with like the sweet and like the tartness of like the of like the apple slices, and then like the nice little pecan crunch. So good.
Yeah.
Oh, I want that. I want that now. And then they had like a mango smoothie that was really good too.
Oh yeah, that was good. Lady saying Mariah's all I want for Christmas, but it's about the Wendy's menu. She got her lunch for free. She should get lifetime lunches for free. What do you mean? But that sounds nice.
All right, Maddie, you gotta go sing. You gotta go write and sing a song about Wendy's and get free Wendy's and talk about it on stream. And then become partnered with Wendy's.
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 I don't know. I can't write songs.
You know what? Get someone to write the song for you, like write the lyrics for you, and then you just sing it. And then just split the Wendy's meal. They get all the fries or something.
Surely a Yu-Gi-Oh! Yeah, I heard there was a Yu-Gi-Oh! Ban list, Randy. But I got a tier list to do. You're back from Adland. It wasn't Wendy's. No! Wendy's hates me. Anyways.
You know, I feel like a lot of these fights are gonna go straight into B tier.
Right, they're all
Some of them I
pretty,
feel
like,
are pretty
average.
B. Yeah.
Like,
Marshall
guess
was fun to watch. I never actually fought him, but he was fun to watch and hear about. But I feel like if I had to fight him based on the description, play a solid B tier.
Yeah, he feels pretty B to me. Heck, maybe we should have kept the B plus.
What?
Larkscene.
To be fair here, I feel like you could move Sayx up to like A.
Maybe. Well, I'll do that like maybe at the end of like before we start 3, if it looks a little like lopsided like that, I guess.
Because I'll say, like, I feel like Marluxia is a good like representation of what should go above or below or what should
maybe
go into B and what should go above B, right? Because like Marluxia is like the middle ground, right? The hit can be a pain in the butt on higher difficulties, but the actual fight itself is kind of fun, right? So it kind of balances out perfectly to be a B.
Yeah.
So.
I will say though, Larkscene, worse than Vexen. Just straight up.
I don't even know her from Chain of Memories.
So she's so she's she hits fast, she has lightning, but like they combine into a way that it makes it, and the thing is the arena's also really small, so it ends up in this just giant chaotic mess that 90% of the time I don't even know what's happening. I'm just getting hit by lightning and getting hit by her, and I'm just like, I don't know what's happening. Now one thing, she's not necessarily hard, because you can honestly, if you just spam reflect, you're constantly getting hit. So you can just like spam reflect and pretty much insta-kill her. But, that kind of is boring. But at the same time, like, every time I fight her, if I try to fight her more honestly, I'm like, every time I'm like, well, heck this, I'm just gonna spam reflect. Like, I don't even know what's happening. You are so unbelievably annoying. Like, it's just so chaotic and so just, like, fast-paced that it's... And again, the arena's so small that I feel like you can never really get a handle on anything that's ever happening.
That's fair.
Like, honestly, like, the arena being small sucks for this kind of fight. I don't know why they made this, like, the smallest arena out of, like, I think every fight on this tier list. This might be the smallest arena. I'm like, why is this so small? Ugh. She also has a funny move that, like, it's kind of like the Hades move from KH1 where she spins around and shocks people with lightning. And it's just like the Donald Goofy killing move. They will instantly die from it. But at the same time, they'll instantly die from anything she does, so... But if she really wants to kill Donald Goofy, she has a specific Donald Goofy killing move,
She has an anti-Donald Goofy.
Yeah. The only fun thing I can say about her is she does sometimes split herself up into clones. And both clones take damage. So you can kind of like essentially double your damage if you're hitting both the clones at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes she'll even, like, for short spurts, have even more clones. And so the speed run of this fight essentially waits for the right moment and like within like 2 seconds does like 7 bars of health. And it is very fun to watch. But outside of that, no, I'm like, I find her extremely just like painful to fight. Not one god tier. Well, we got to the god tier. It's Roxas. Roxas is god tier.
I love the fact that he's just a cutscene in the original game.
Right, and then the remake, they're like, it's the best fight. Like, this fight is, it's like the mono a mono fight that I really like, but it is just done to just the best. Like, it feels so, you're completely, I like the fight because you're like on completely even grounds. You know, he's got like some really powerful tools, but so do you. It just feels like a nice, solid, equal fight.
Not to mention there's no like dumb gimmicks in it either.
No
it's
dumb
just
gimmicks.
Literally a skill check.
It is just a skill check. He is one fight, like, I don't think you can die to him and be like, oh, that was, like, obviously in the moment, I'd probably say, oh, that was dumb. But, like, for the most part, objectively speaking, without, like, resulting to, like, anger or, like, frustration, I don't think you can die to him without it just being like, crap, I just, like, messed up kind of thing, you know?
I think, assuming that you're not doing like a really low level run, like you know, doing a low, because like I think if you're doing like a low level challenge run, then it's no longer even, right? But that's the whole point.
Right.
You're not looking for an even fight. You're looking to give everybody a handicap.
Yeah.
But like if you play it normally, and like the opposite is true. If you like go into that fight at level 99, then again, it's not going to be like, you know, an even fight either. But if you like hit that fight in midpoint in the game, like where you're supposed to, it is literally both a cinematic fight, it's very interactive, and if you lose, you can genuinely say it was literally a skill issue, right? There's no gimmick that you have to watch out for, right? There's no real loops that you have to look through, sort of. Obviously, speedrunners will always find like a loop to break something, right? But it's also like one of those fights where it's like, you know, even if you don't like, you know, keep them locked in a loop, they're not gonna instantly murder you, right?
So I guess again, to clarify, this is just the data fights. So I guess you don't have like that cinematic sense, and the data fights tend to be like almost expecting you to be level 99.
Well, when I say like cinematic, I don't mean like, you know, cutscenes.
That's also
I mean
fair,
the fact that like for example, like one of the things that makes the Xemnas fight, right, the one where he has lightsabers, cinematic, is the way Sora dodges his little like whatever particle beam stuff, right? The way that he kind of zips around, and you have to like kind of like
and then the setting as well, you know, and just being able to
it's
team
just
up
like
with
the
Riku.
movement. That's the other thing that I like to talk about, is when I talk about like interaction, what I mean by interaction is like, you know, timing your parries, having proper movement, right? Where it feels like it's an actual fight. You take your turn, I take my turn, you take your turn, I take my turn, but we're both trying to outdo each other, right? You're trying to hit me, I'm gonna dodge behind you. I try to hit you, you like parry and try to hit me back. Then I'm gonna dodge again, and then it just feels very interactive, right?
Yeah.
It's very cinematic. And that's why I like, you know, a fight like, you know, Xemnas 2 and Roxas. Because it's beautiful to watch and it's beautiful to play. You know what I'm saying?
Also,
that's
welcome
what I mean
in,
by like
Shield.
cinematic.
Yeah.
Oh,
Here,
Shield.
I have one last fight to show, you know. My little Roxas speed run. Gotta show myself off, hype myself up, you know. But yeah, like, this is not the data fight again, this is just the story fight. But again, they're pretty similar. But, like, I don't know. It's just, like, the way he moves and the way he, like, I don't know. It's just, like, it feels so nice, yeah. But, and again, it's, like, super chill, right? I actually messed up on, like, dodging this. I almost died here.
Oh, yeah, because if you get clipped once, you have to, like, time the iframes.
Yeah, it's a lot easier in the data fight, because that attack's a lot easier. You could just glide out of the way, essentially. But you don't
other part that's, like,
yeah, you don't get glide for this fight in the story, but in the data fight you do.
Honestly, I think the other thing that's like really fun about this fight too is that it's purely one-on-one, right?
Yeah.
Because you don't have your teammates helping you, so it feels really nice.
Boom, baby. But yeah. Also, Serenity, no die. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like Rox is just like one of the best fights in the series. Like it just feels so nice. Like he's one of the most fun fights to like go back and refight. Like there's actually a YouTube channel that I stumbled upon one day. It's a very low viewer like channel, but it's essentially they're like what was it? I just like randomly stumbled upon them and they're like day 542 of fighting Roxas. They're just fighting Roxas every day. I'm like, you know what? Like respect. Like I could see it. Like he's that fun.
Mm-hmm.
Also, this might be a little bit of a hot take, but like KH2 Sephiroth? I almost want to put God tier 2.
Oh no, I would put him in God tier. I thought you were about to tell me that it wasn't God tier. I'm like,
So
okay, that is kind of hot. That is kind of a hot take.
Here, you go first with Sephiroth, because this one you actually know.
Okay. So I spent a lot of time fighting this guy and maximizing it. And I don't really do like speed runs on games like these. I don't like to do speed run fights. I like to do stylistic cinematic fights, right?
Yeah.
I don't mind taking hits if it looks good, right? And this guy, Sephiroth, is one of the few characters in Kingdom Hearts I just love min-maxing because there's so many different interactions that you can have with him.
Yeah.
Right? And like I also like the fact that like there is like a built-in way. And by the way, I fought him in base Kingdom Hearts 2, right? So I didn't have access to like, you know, all the stuff that
you don't limit form.
Yeah, or like there's like a couple of other things I think Remix adds in that you could use against him, right?
Right, yeah.
But like OG strat was literally just slap on Berserk and you just keep smacking him for as long as you have like, you know, you're missing your MP, right? And that was basically the OG way of just beating him. You basically get him down to 1 HP, spamming like Berserk, and then you just finish him off with like, you know, a spell or something, right?
Yeah.
And like that was a built-in way for people who aren't amazing at Kingdom Hearts to still be able to beat him. And I like that because that means that he's an accessible boss to, you know, casual players and hardcore players alike, right? And I also like the fact that like because of, you know, how the AI makes the fight have like a high skill expression for Sephiroth, it kind of brings the best out of people that like to min-max and optimize their own combos and styles. So it's like there's no wrong way to fight Sephiroth besides spamming. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. You can be you can be a little boring and just spam reflect, but like
yeah.
And honestly, that's like why like because like Serenity brought it up, like limit form makes him a bit easier, and the thing is technically his like battle level is like 80, so if you come in at like level 99, he'll be a lot easier. And that's like honestly a big complaint I often hear with Kingdom Hearts 2 Sephiroth is he's easy. But like honestly, I don't mind that. Like he's still like enough of a I feel like he's still like enough of like a challenge. He is this like super boss that you still have to like figure out. And it's kind of like you said, it like still offers good amount of skill expression for a lot wider range of skill levels, which I really appreciate.
I will add one more thing, right? I feel like the difficulty difference between Sephiroth in 2 and Sephiroth in 1, there really is no big difference, right? In fact, he has more moves in 2 that he didn't have in 1. If you kind of compare them, they're more or less the same fight. The person that changes is Sora.
Right,
because he has new mechanics, right? So to say that he's easier is kind of like a false perspective, right? Because it's the same fight. Well, Arena is a lot smaller in 2 than, because like I believe like I want to say like the tournament arena felt a little bigger.
Yeah, honestly I feel like they're
little
pretty
cliffside. Really? I feel like the cliffside felt a little bit more smaller, but that could just be because like I guess in Kingdom Hearts 1, camera is like a little bit more zoomed in, so it feels like it's bigger.
Yeah, Kingdom Hearts 1 it made it feel bigger, but like it's not that much bigger. But I feel like they're pretty comparable in size, to be honest.
Well, like, consider fighting Sephiroth in Kingdom Hearts 2, but then you take away your limit form, right? So restrict yourself from being able to use any of your forms, actually. Oh, also in Kingdom Hearts 2, do you get Donald Goofy in that fight?
You do not,
right?
no.
Oh, you don't?
Yeah, for some, even though they like talk to Sephiroth, they immediately like zoop out as soon as this fight starts. Which is
Okay,
funny.
so it is a one-on-one fight, so that's still the same,
Right.
right? And like, if you just take away like your forms, and you kind of like set it up to be like exactly like how Kingdom Hearts 1 mechanics would be, you'll find that more or less Kingdom Hearts 2 Sephiroth is probably harder if you play Kingdom Hearts 2 like it's Kingdom Hearts 1,
Right.
right?
I feel
So
like, well, again, I think kind of one. I think because like just purely based on like stats, if you come in at level 99 for both of them, 2 would probably still be easier because he's like has like a lower like battle level kind of thing.
That's fair.
So even if you like nerfed yourself by like, because you could try to like make yourself as close to Kingdom Hearts 1 Sora in KH2, but it would still probably be maybe a little bit easier just because he's just like he is like just weaker. But no, I would agree. Like he's kind like for the most part he is pretty similar in a lot of the stuff he can do in 2. He has like one new attack, but like he also lost an attack, so I feel like it evens out.
That's fair.
Honestly, the main difference is like his Sin Heartless Angel. He like flies up into the sky, so you have like to interrupt that. It's like you have to like double jump up to him. And I will say, I do think they give you more time to interrupt that attack in 2 than in 1.
But maybe have double jump in 1.
You do not have double jump. Well, the thing is, in 1 he doesn't. He just like stands to the side of the ring, right? But like he also gives you, I feel like, a lot less time to like stop him, like to like attack him and stop him from using the attack. You know?
Yeah.
But yeah, for the most part, like he's pretty similar. But like, yeah, I don't know. I just overall like for the most part, I feel like it's. I think again, this is kind of more like a fun tier list, and I think it's more fun fighting a fight that doesn't feel like just like this huge sweat fight like KH1 Sephiroth, whereas 2,
yeah,
it's a bit easier. Yeah, where 2 it's a bit easier, and it makes it fun, you know, to like, you know, like you said, you can have a bit more expression with your skill. You know, he's not like constantly just like hounding you and destroying you, and just like you feel like you're just constantly dying, and you know you feel like you can't even do anything. It's like, no, there's like a bit of like breathing room with Sephiroth, I feel like, in 2, which I guess is another change. And like, and because it is just like a bit easier and you have a bit more freedom as Sora, like just being able to like have fun with a fight is a lot more like applicable, you know? Like I like being difficult doesn't like, obviously I like a difficult fight, but like I also want it to still be fun. And I feel like Sephiroth, you know, despite people being like, oh, it's like the easiest boss in all of KH2 super bosses, I'm like, yeah, but like he's also fun. Like
it was also the OG technically.
He was the OG.
Like...
Yeah, he was the first. He was the only one in the original, and like, but he's also just like fun. Like it's just like again, I feel like he doesn't do anything like unfair. You know,
that's what I was gonna say. Like, I feel like when people talk about difficulty, right? I think there's like a difference between a difficulty in skill expression and a difficulty of I'm just a wall of stats, and you just have to respect that.
Yeah.
You know. And again, I feel like Kingdom Hearts 1 Sephiroth felt more like the latter, right?
Stats, yeah.
I'm just a wall of stats, and you just have to deal with it. While Kingdom Hearts 2 Sephiroth is get good or I'm going to murder you.
Right. I will say, I guess like the only time, like the only like unfair thing I guess Sephiroth does is the first time you go against him, his like instantaneous like kill move will probably catch people off guard and instantly kill them. But I feel like that, honestly, that's like, that normally only happens the first time, and it's funny enough that it's like, I'm okay with it. Because it happens instantaneously, you know? Honestly, I'd be a lot more annoyed with it if it was like halfway through the fight. He does it for the first time, and you're like, wait, what the heck? But no,
I feel like it's also that like you see the reaction command, right?
Right.
So you can just hit the reaction command to block it all. So it's also like, you know, if you're not reacting to the reaction command showing up, that's not really the game's fault.
Right. I mean, again, like it is one of those things that as soon as you start the fight, you wouldn't expect like your reaction command. So I kind of get why people get caught off guard, but like, and I think you know, if there was something like a lot more dumb like that, like in the middle of a fight, it'd be a bit more annoying. But like, because it's at the beginning, it's almost like, who cares? Like, I lost 5 seconds of my life. Who cares?
That's fair. Yeah. I also find it funny that, like, in both cases of fighting Sephiroth in both 1 and 2, he's holding back. He's not even trying against you, right? So I kind of want to see Square Enix, when if they ever implement him again, I want them to have, like, you know, regular Sephiroth, and I want fully hard, like, you know, try hard Sephiroth. Like, you know, they just give him, like, a bunch of more moves. He can cancel his frames. He's not, like, you know, he's not easily, like, you know, abused, and he's just, like, fighting you at full power. Like, I would like to see a full power Sephiroth in
That
a
would
Kingdom
be
Hearts
fun,
game.
yeah. Like, that's why he should have been there for KH3, but, you know. Maddie's on TV.
I'm surprised.
Wait, are you just being funny, Mac, or am I... Why am I... What? I'm not on TV.
Who's TV?
Yeah. Alright. Dream Drop Distance. The only optional super boss in the game is Julius.
Yeah,
So,
I can't help you with this one. I don't
Dream
know
Drop
anything about
Distance
Dream Drop
is...
Distance.
is a bad game. So the one thing is balloon, the command balloon is just so overpowered that you can literally just probably like stand still, spam balloon, and just beat this guy. So, you know, very easy cheese strat, you know. Like, overall, like, it's been a while since I fought him, but like his fight's like very like, it's like not too crazy. Like he kind of just like rams around. He's a bit, he's got like the stats, you know, he runs around, he rams you. He's got like a pretty long, strenuous combo, that you can guard though. And then he eventually gets lightning attacks, so you have to like be a bit more careful and dodge things that before you could block, because like sometimes I don't think you can block the lightning. And his attacks have a bit more range after he gets lightning. So he's like fine. He's kind of fun to fight, I guess, but at the same time, he's also just pretty, like, basic, too. Like, he's also, like, not super difficult, but like I said, I don't mind when things aren't difficult if it's still fun to fight. And I think he's, like, if Dream Drop Distance was a better game, he'd be more fun to fight. But I just don't like Dream Drop Distance, so I'm kind of, like, meh on him, but I feel like, overall, as a boss, like, I can't, like, hate him too much.
Mm-hmm.
Dream Drop gave us World Ends With You stuff, so is it really bad? To be fair, I don't really have like that much of a connection with World Ends With You. It looks like a fun game, but like I've never really gotten into it.
It's a fun game.
Like, and I can appreciate that, and I also just I appreciate like them, you know, like it's not like Final Fantasy, but like I appreciate them still adding like these Square Enix characters. Like I love that, but at the same time, like, as a game, like, for the most part, I have very little desire to go back and play Dream Drop, because, like, I just found it one of the least fun games in the series. It's underrated. World Ends With You. I can see that, but at the same time, like, I think I don't know, I saw gameplay of it, and I was just like, I don't know if this is quite for me.
Wait, is Twee considered underrated?
I would
thought
probably
everyone,
say
like,
so.
everyone's ever played it, always loved it.
Well, the thing is, I think
I've
it's more like maybe underrated isn't the best word, but maybe like lesser known.
Yeah, I
more
think like, not
niche.
many people know about it, but every time I think someone like has played it, I don't think I've ever heard someone who's played it say that it was bad. I think the worst thing about Dream Drop Distance is the pittance that require you to hang out with friends to level up. I'm like, why?
Oh, with like the Dream Eaters, and you have to like do the games.
Well,
the whole Dream Eater
no,
system
for-
sucked.
I was talking about like the World Ends With You.
Oh, I thought
like,
you said
the
Dream Drop
mechanic for that
Distance. Oh.
Oh yeah, I might have done like the wrong thing, but like, yeah, like the worst thing about like Twee is like the fact that like some pins, in order to level them up, required you to like be in contact with someone else that had the game,
Oh god.
and like
yeah, that's
just,
gross.
and I was like, no one's ever leveling this. I was like, you gotta get 2 DSs, 2 games, and just set them together. That's how
Like-
you're gonna level this pin.
I will say, I think I have heard some people essentially say like they have played it, but like they didn't like. It's not that they didn't like it; they just were like, "This isn't for me." And I feel like I'd probably fall in that category. Like, I can't. So it's like it's one of those games I can respect, but I feel like it definitely might not be for me. You know.
Which is interesting because I feel like it might actually be a game that you might actually like.
I don't know. I could like take another look at it, but I feel like when I saw the gameplay, I was just like, meh, you know.
It's the gameplay itself is something you kind of have to experience rather than just watch, right?
Maybe.
Because like I played like so I only played the DS version. I played the DS version of The World Ends With You, and that one I had so much fun with, like trying to figure out like good pin setups and good combos. So, but that's you know, me going off topic about it.
Right. Yeah. Well, that's fair. I don't know. Maybe like. I feel like there's just a lot of games I want to play too, but it's like I don't know. I can like it's one of those games I definitely like respecting. I appreciate them like going like Kingdom Hearts branching out to include it, but I was personally not like like super hyped about it. I was just for the most part like I appreciate this. Thank you. Anyways, I think Julius is a nice solid C tier. Like he's not bad, but he's a little plain. Might be a better and more fun boss fight and a better game, but yeah. Now this is going to be a really hot take for Kingdom Hearts. You know, maybe we should end with 3 and do Birth by Sleep first, actually. Let's do Birth by Sleep first. Did you play Birth by Sleep?
Very briefly, I never finished.
Oh, wow. I can't believe we forgot, Lingering Will of Kingdom Hearts 2. Wow, yeah,
Oh, you mean the one fight that everybody hated?
No, everyone loved it. What do you mean?
Really? All I heard about him is that he is literally just a slog. Like,
no, he's like the hardest boss.
forever.
He's the hardest boss in the game, but like for the most part, people respect the hell out of this guy.
Maybe that's like the recent opinions. I remember back in the day, like I would always hear someone complaining about him.
I mean, back in the day, like I guess like how long ago? Because he's also Final Mix exclusive, which we didn't get.
Final Mix came out like over 10 years ago, though, right?
I guess at this point, I guess it's been about 10 years, maybe like 8. But yeah.
Yeah, like what Hopeless said. Like I keep hearing that like he has like way too much health, right? I remember that was like one of the biggest complaint was like it took like a very long time. And again, this is me hearing this like about like 10, 12 years ago, right? So this was back before like people had strats for this guy, right? This was back between like before like, you know, people were even like speed running like these kind of games, right? There was like during the time where like you ran into him on accident and you had to fight him with whatever you had, right?
I don't know how you run into him on accident. It's a giant portal that's like, this is an ominous portal.
They didn't know, right? Because like you pick up you beat Kingdom Hearts 2, you pick up like Kingdom Hearts 2, like, you know, Final Mix, and then you run into this portal and you're like, oh, that looks cool, let me just walk into it, right?
Well,
boom, boss fight, and you're like, I was not ready for this. And he just creams you, like he just destroys you, right? It's not even like close. He just absolutely annihilates you, and you just go, oh, well, that was a thing. Okay, let me prepare and go in there. Destroys you again, and you're just sitting there getting murdered by this guy. And like, you know, you finally beat him, and you're like, do I even want to go back and fight this again? It's like the kind of like feeling I got from like, you know, the people that ran into him back then.
I guess my opinion is that like I think I do like tough fights, and I think he's for the most part a tough fight done well. Like there's like it definitely feels like it is pretty decent skill expression of like you have to be very, very like up to snuff and very skilled in a lot of the interactions, but it's like it, you know, if you it is a nice like way of like, hey, if you can like you see this attack, you may have probably died to it a few times, but it's like you know how to deal with it. You guard it, he'll do it like 3 times. All right, now's your time to go in. And he's got an interesting mechanic, like the more you hit him, like during a combo, the more damage he'll take. So it's like there is some fun little strategy you can do to like try to maximize your damage. You know, and like so like he's got like cool, he's got some like cool patterns, and he's got various good skill expression. And then his DM is honestly like purely skill based, which I like. Maybe it's a little long because he might sometimes he'll just start spamming it, but like there is a very consistent way of just getting through it. And then, you know, immediately after it is you can just attack him again, which is always nice. My biggest issues with him, because you know, a lot of people I feel like would probably put him in God tier, but I will not, because like I feel like he has a few really big issues in that, like, even outside of just like being too hard, it's more so in terms of like the actual design of the fight. One is he has a few different ways he can start the fight, and some of the ways he can start the fight, he can like practically like he has a few different attacks that he can do at the start of the fight, and one of the attacks is just a punch that you can't really react to. As soon as the fight starts, you just get punched and you can essentially just die, or go down to 1 HP because of second chance once more, you know. So like, and you know, so like the fact that like sometimes like he'll start the fight, you'll have a good amount of time to react to his attack, it's fine, but occasionally he'll just start the attack with his one attack and then you're like, you can't react. And literally the only way to actually like, what some people do is they put on auto limit, that stupid command that like makes your triangle spam with your limit attacks with Donald Goofy. They do auto limit with like Donald, so they get the invincibility of being in a limit, so they can just spam triangle at the start of the fight, because that's the only thing that comes out quick enough that can actually avoid that attack. So, which I feel like is pretty bad design there. And also, sometimes his attack patterns, like overall he has a pretty fair attacks, I'd say, but like sometimes his attack patterns can come out in a specific order where he can like combine attacks together that are practically unavoidable. It doesn't happen too often, but it can happen, which I feel like again is just like a pretty big flaw. Yeah, I feel like those are like two of like the big things that's like, okay, that I feel like that shouldn't happen, you know. You know, and it's also why sometimes a lot of people just like accidentally or on purpose like get him in a loop near the end of the fight of just him spamming his DM, because that is more easily and consistently like avoidable than certain combinations of his attacks. That, because like after a certain amount of HP, he'll do combine certain attacks, like I said, that are just like so annoying. And I guess like a third thing is he has 2 HP barriers that like no, like I've mentioned revenge values before, like, you know, and those like those are pretty consistent for a lot of fights, and if you know what you're doing, you're like, okay, it's essentially just like, hey, don't attack this guy too much and you'll be fine. Most people, like, even subconsciously, without even knowing about revenge values, know like, I can't combo this guy forever, let me do like a combo or 2 combos against him and be done, right? Like, you just kind of instinctively pick up on that. Exactly, yeah. The problem is this guy, like, Lingering Will, has 2 HP barriers in his fight that is like, the second he hits that HP value, no matter what, where you were in the combo, what his revenge value is, no matter what, he will auto retaliate. Which feels wrong, you know. Like, again, if you don't know about those HP barriers, you could be like, all right, you know, you could be like fighting him and be like, all right, I can do 2 combos against him and be good, all right. And then, but like, you can just like randomly waltz into that HP barrier and get auto counter, and you're like, what was different that time, right? What was different that time? It's like, the difference was you hit him in that like HP barrier, and so he auto retaliated. And it's like, well, that's lame. Like, you know. Yeah.
Now you can't take your turn.
So that's what happens. There you go, Hopeless. If I remember correctly, it's when he's missing like about like 5 and like a quarter HP, and then when he's missing 5 and a quarter HP bars left, and then when he has about like 5.5 HP bars left, are about the those 2 HP barriers. I want to say something like that. But yeah, if he like hits that HP value, he's just like, nah, I'm done. You're done. I'm done. So very annoying. So those like combination of like mechanics that I feel like are just like kind of dumb and punishing for like almost too punishing for no reason. Even though I really like him as like a hard challenge, I feel like those things definitely hold him back, you know? Like, those things I feel like are a little unfair, you know? Like, Hopeless just is also good, like, evidence of, like, no one is going to know about these random HP barriers. They're like, oh, they'll just think, like, okay, so this guy can just, like, randomly auto-retaliate? Cool. Like, that doesn't seem fair, you know? Or, like, oh, wow, he can just start the fight and just, like, kill me, okay, you know. Also, I guess I should mention, because I mentioned it with the mysterious figure, is he does have he also has an attack that like locks your commands, and because of the chaos of a fight, if you get your commands locked, it's practically a game over. However, I will say it is I think it's a lot easier to avoid against Lingering Will. He like shoots an arrow at you, so you can kind of just like, if you just dodge roll it, I don't know. It's a lot easier to avoid, but if you do get hit by it, I feel like it is just game over, which is annoying. It was worth beating him, but I don't think I could pull it off again in a long time. That's fair. And I guess another flaw is you can cheese him. To be fair, you can kind of do this with a lot of bosses in KH2, but like if you do equip 2 negative combos, unequip all aerial finishes, all aerial finish commands, you can just jump and do your default aerial finish repeatedly, and just be, I don't know how it works exactly, but just because like the weird like hit stun it applies at the weird like angle it applies, and by the speed of which you can apply the attack, just can stun lock like 80% of the bosses in the game, and Lingering Will is included in that. So if you guys ever want an easy way to beat Lingering Will and you don't really care about like trying to prove yourself, you could do that. Anyways, lots to say about him, but ultimately I guess I would put him, I still really like him, but I think those flaws do put him a bit lower for me, and I'm thinking like A tier.
I'm thinking A tier too, from everything I heard from other people.
Yeah, like I think he's ultimately like, he was like the quintessential, like so before Kingdom Hearts 3, for the most part, people were like, this is the hardest boss in the series, and this is what like a super strong and difficult super boss should look like. I feel like in recent years people have been like, okay, maybe he wasn't like perfect, but like,
yeah, he was perfect for the time,
right? But yeah, I feel like he has drawbacks, you know, like I mentioned, that like, and you know, like I said, I don't like being super sweat tryhard mode all the time, and he's definitely gonna put me there. But yeah. Anyways, Lingering Will over. Birth by Sleep. Monstro is funny. He's got a funny little gimmick, but like, I don't know. He's kind of, maybe he's better than Julius. I don't know. He feels like a Julius to me. Like, the idea is you fight a bunch of unverse inside of him, he spits you out, and then you can blow him up with barrels to stun him, and then you just beat him up. And that,
why are we beating up the whale?
I don't know.
That's messed up. That's animal cruelty.
Right. It's also funny that he's the size of the world, like a world in KH1, and in Birth by Sleep, you're like, yeah, he's just like a big guy.
It's because he hasn't grown that size yet. You know?
True, you know, those 10 years later, he just gets that much bigger, yeah, true.
Hey, listen, 10 years is a long time. He could just be eating planets during those 10 years, and he gets big.
True.
Cosmic radiation, you know?
Hey, Pharmacy Day.
Yo, what, Pharmacy Day?
So, now, let's just get the elephant out of the room with this mysterious figure here. Was for years, and probably still is, kind of like, you know, the most hated like super boss in the series. He's like everyone points to him as an example of how not to do a super boss, because like he kind of like, he almost like cheats against you. Like he can like alter, like he just like avoids so many of your attacks. Like the fact that so many of your commands, like a lot of the commands in the game have unfortunate like pretty bad end lag, which is annoying, but like he just ultimately like super punishes that. Some of the commands he'll just like straight up just counter. Sometimes like one of the commands you can like set up mines on the field. He will literally jump over your mines. Like they purposely program this guy to like just say no to like so many things you can do to him, and not in a fun or interesting way, and more of just like a heck you kind of way. So
I don't want to interact with you.
Exactly, right? He has so many things that just like, you know, like you can technically avoid, but it's just like, it's so obnoxious to avoid. You know, he can like turn invisible and just like combo you to infinity. He can summon like 6 guys to all just like destroy you altogether. Like, he can like, he doesn't have, like, unlike any other boss in the series, you can't be like, alright, after this attack is my opening. He only has one attack like that in his entire arsenal, and it's not even, like, that big of an opening. All of his other attacks are his just, like, no, I'm just gonna spam attacks. So, like, one of the only legitimately, like, viable ways to really fight him is to use the surge commands, because they have the lowest amount of like end leg. They kind of just come out really quickly and have very little end leg, and you just find like tiny little moments where you can just like use that command, and then you spam dodge roll, because Birth by Sleep is broken, and Ventus and Aqua's dodge roll like has essentially infinite iframes. Like, you can go into the next dodge roll before your iframes finish, so you can essentially just spam it to get infinite iframes. So you just spam dodge roll until you find slight openings to do surge, and that's like one of the only super viable ways to fight him, and that's boring and lame and stupid because nothing else really works though. And you might have noticed I left out Terra because he doesn't have infinite iframes in his dodge roll. Yeah, Terra just gets to die. So, like, actually, I spam mines and run. I mean, technically, occasionally, you might be able to clip him with a mine, but yeah, most of the time, he'll just dodge it. That's how I survived, yep. Infinite iframes, baby. So yeah, very, very just, like, poorly designed fight, I would say. Like, he's rough. Like, he just says no to so much of what you can do. That's not fun, right? And honestly, similarly, while there may be slight improvements, these guys from the Mirage Arena, this is like, what? Xehanort armor, like, Xehanort's armor, and like, Ericus's armor. They're pretty similar. He's still probably the worst of the three, but they don't necessarily say no to as much as you can say, but like, I feel like have similar like aspects to them of just like, they just don't want to interact with you. They just like, you kind of just have to spam dodge roll because like they're just like, they just want to just destroy you as much as possible, and there's just like very little counterplay, and it's just like, it's just a huge slog. Not to mention this guy is probably even worse because like he has like a first phase where he just has like a giant like shield you have to like fight. Very dumb. I want to interact with Maddie. I want to interact with the Serenity. I don't want to interact with these guys because they don't want to interact with me.
You're not allowed to interact.
Right.
You gotta listen. What happens is that when Maddie says hi to you, Serenity, you better mash that triangle button for the reaction command. You better say hi back. If you miss it, you're gonna have to wait until like the next loop.
No. I will say, over the years, I've come around on Vanitas Remnant. I used to not really like him that much, but like, compared to these guys, he's a lot more interactable. Like, it feels like I'm actually like playing the game against him, and there's just like some fun like stuff you can actually do against him, which is nice. Like, honestly, like he's like the fight if I want to go fight like a super boss in Birth by Sleep, it's going to be Vanitas Remnant. Like, he's actually like can be somewhat enjoyable, and honestly, he actually might be like, he's like high C tier. He might even make it to B tier, but we'll just put him like high C tier for now. Like, he's actually like legitimately kind of fun. He has some, to be fair, it's Birth by Sleep, and he has some like pretty crap mechanics here and there, but like, I don't know. And maybe it's just like Stockholm Syndrome, because like the rest of these guys are like, you're stupid. You know, he's like a nice breath of fresh air, maybe. I want to hug Serenity. Anyways, Vanitas Remnant, I feel like, despite having some bad aspects, I think overall does feel actually kind of fun to fight. You know what? I'm feeling generous. He can go like bottom of B.
Bottom of B.
No. Birth by Sleep. These guys are all like
B for Birth by Sleep.
These are all like D for Death by Sleep, But he brings it home with the birth by sleep. Abortion by waking? Oh my god. Anyways, Kingdom Hearts... Did you play Kingdom Hearts 3, Rune? I forget.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, nice.
I beat it on hard, but I never went back and did the extra stuff.
You never did the DLC, so you don't know the
I
data
never
battles?
bought the DLC.
Alright,
I've
fair
never
enough.
bought the DLC.
Alright, I don't know the numbers of these guys nearly as well. I want to say young Xehanort is 13. But honestly, we're going to start with the one optional buy. So you remember this guy, Rune?
Which one?
Dark Inferno.
Did you unlock him by doing like the side stuff? Because I didn't.
He was one of those portals.
Yeah, I didn't do any of these side stuff.
Okay, so he was the only before the DLC, and I guess still to this day outside of the DLC, he's the only optional boss in the game. And he was essentially, people were like, he's the punching bag, because like the thing is, like I mentioned with like Sephiroth, his battle level is technically like 80. This guy's power level is technically like 50. So it's like, he's a pretty good challenge, I'd say, at like level 50. But if you're level 99, you're gonna destroy him.
You're gonna walk all over him.
You're actually gonna destroy him, like, which is unfortunate for a super boss. But I will, so I'm gonna try to rank him like, as if you were to fight him at in that range where you're, you know, like in that like 40 to 60 range. I actually think he's like S tier, like, which might be ridiculous, but like I actually think he's just very fun. You know, he doesn't do anything like super unfair. He like if anything, maybe his like last phase is like slightly unfair, but at the same time, his last phase is essentially just a turbocharged version of his first two phases. So it's like he teaches you his phases before he's like, all right, now like your reactions have to be a lot quicker. My openings are a lot smaller. Like, I'm doing what I did before, but it's a lot more turbocharged, and I'm also having less openings, right? You know, but it's like he kind of like teaches you as you fight him, right? And it's like, for the most part, it's like it's a nice like mono, like very like by the books fight, which I really like, you know. And again, he's not like a super like try hard like sweaty boss that you can kind of have fun and show a bit of that skill expression, like with Sephiroth, right? You can kind of do that. I feel like he doesn't have as much, like the biggest drawback I think is he doesn't have a whole lot of different moves he can do. So like Sephiroth has like, you know, like 5 or 6 different attacks he can kind of like use. This guy has like maybe 2 or 3, right? So he's a little limited, which is a little unfortunate, and maybe S is a little high, but like maybe it should be A. But I don't know, I just find him like simplistic but fun, you know? Like, I like him. I don't know. Which is going to be funny because I feel like everyone would probably, I feel like the consensus is like, oh yeah, all the data fights are better, and I'm gonna say it right now, not all the data fights are gonna be an S tier, so he definitely does rank higher than quite a few of the data fights. I don't know, maybe I will be a bit more honest and say he's like A tier. I still haven't played 3. Birth broke my kneecaps. Serenity, no! What happened with Birth? Starting with what?
I was gonna say no time like the present.
I think they're saying like they got like stuck in Birth by Sleep. But young Xehanort, he's definitely like the easiest of the data org, which I appreciate because all the data org is ridiculous. But at the same time, I don't like young Xehanort as a character, so that I might be a little biased. I don't know. I feel like he's like fine, and I do appreciate that he's a little less sweaty. But I don't know. Like, I feel like he has like he does a good. I feel like he's probably who you should fight first if you're doing the DLC, because he does a good job of like teaching you of like, all right, you are on the defensive. You will be on the defensive. You get very slight openings here and there for you to attack, but for the most part, you are playing defensive for a lot of these fights, I would say. Like, I don't know if you saw me just fight Xeon just now, but like, for the most part, it's like you biding your time till you find your opening. You get your combos in, and you're back on the defensive, because they are going to, if you ever try to like like, and honestly, it's a weird thing, but I feel like a lot of these fights are almost like turn-based games. In that, like, you have to wait your turn to attack. And I feel like, technically, I guess you could apply that to maybe, like, Kingdom Hearts 2, but I feel like it's a lot more apparent in 3, where it's like, you really have to wait your turn to attack. If you try to step outside of this bounds and try to attack on their turn, you're gonna get really punished. There's a few funny little openings that, like, you might find an accidental opening if you try to attack on their turn, you know? Because, like, they have, like, some random, like, very tight openings that you might randomly stumble into. If you, like, attack on their turn, quote-unquote. But, it's like, for the most part, it is very, like, you have to wait your time. And I guess Young Xehanort does a good job, like, teaching you that. He has a dumb little time gimmick that, like, maybe I'm just dumb or I forget, but, like, he also can, like, rewind time to heal himself, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure you can't, like, if you try to attack him, he just punishes you. So I'm like, I'm trying to think, like, I think you just have to let him heal himself, which is really stupid. Like,
Yeah.
I don't remember how to deal with that, but, like, he just can, like, heal himself, and you're like, well, if I attack you, I get killed, so I'm just gonna, like, let you heal yourself. So he has a few dumb things like that, but, like, I guess overall he's, like, fine. He's very par for the course, I feel like, in the 2, for, like, the data fights in 3.
Okay.
Yeah. Next up would probably be... You know what? I guess technically I could just, like... I could go by the numbers by looking at, my game I still have up right now. Let's see here. Okay. So there is Young Xehanort at 12. Okay, so technically 13 was Xion. So, but we'll do it like the order I fought them in, you know? Vanitas. Vanitas I actually really like. I think he's extremely, like... He's honestly, I feel like, one of the most fair ones. He feels very honest. Nothing feels, like, super crap, which I feel like quite a few of them have, like, pretty crap stuff that can happen. But Vanitas feels like he just feels the most honest, you know? Like, I don't feel like I'm getting, like, completely bullcrapped. Except, his DM, I think, is one of the worst DMs out of all of them. It is like a minute-long DM of, like, a very specific, like, practically pattern you have to recognize of dodging and guarding. Because if you guard the ones you can't guard, you die. And if you dodge the ones you're supposed to guard, you die. And it's really stupid. I will say, his DM is probably the stupidest. But you can, the second, like, you have a very tight frame where you can, like, if you hit him while he's trying to start his DM, you just knock him out of it. So that's how I beat it at level 1. I'm like, no, say no to DM. Nope.
Yeah, friend me first to DM me, buddy.
Yeah, like, and you know, you can just, like, use thunder, so you don't have to be close. You could just be like, nope, thunder. So, but honestly, Vanitas might actually be one of my favorite, because I just did this all on level 1. So my opinion might be a little skewed because I just did this all on level 1. I think Vanitas might be, like, my favorite, though. Just because, like, I felt the most fair with him, outside of his DM. Honestly, I think he might go to, like, top of A. Like, I don't know. I feel like maybe yes. Maybe God tier should just be S tier. I don't know. I don't know who's, like, going to be in... I don't know. I'm not really using this S tier.
You have, like, one person in S tier.
Yeah, there's only one person in S tier. We could just, like, combine the two. I don't know. But anyways, I would say he's probably, like, one of my favorites of the Data Org in 3. Like, he just feels the most honest and fair, and I like that. But he's still difficult, which is good, you know? And because he's honest and fair, it actually does allow for that a bit of, like, skill expression, like we discussed earlier. Next up is Dark Riku. God, he sucks. he is one of the most chaotic fights in probably the series. Like, kind of like KH2 Larxene, just in like a different way. He just has so many. Oh right, I have to pull up the list again. Sorry, Mac. Yeah. Dark Rico has just so many, like, just so many attacks. He just, like, he puts landmines around the field. He just, like, spams these attacks that, like, you know, he'll put up barriers that you have to, like, finagle. However, I will say, I did say, like, oh, this is, it feels very turn-based. He's probably the least turn-based one. He's the one where you can kind of, like, get away with the most trying to attack him on his turn, kind of thing, which is kind of nice. That is nice, but like it somehow makes the fight even more chaotic, you know. I don't know, like the chaos just it's just overwhelming that like I don't really like it.
That's fair.
I'm gonna put him at the bottom of C. Like it's just a lot. It's just way too chaotic. It's just like I can barely tell you what's happening. You know. I don't know. I don't even remember how many have you seen me fight any of these guys? Really?
I don't think I have actually.
Wow. I told you you didn't watch my streams.
To be fair, I do lurk a lot now since I'm so busy.
That's true. All right. Well, let's just do a little showcase of how chaotic, you know, Riku can be. I'm probably gonna die, but you know, we're not counting this as my death list. All right. Oop. Yep. Well, there we go. There we go. You know.
Oh yeah, that's like KH1 Riku.
Yeah, it's technically not. It's technically from Chain of Memories. You know, like the.
Oh yeah, the replica.
Yeah. Okay, we got an opening there.
Welcome Oblivion. It's over. Welcome Oblivion. It's over. Take this.
Oop.
Here we go.
Ultimate form.
Oh yeah, and then his DM is super annoying. Yeah. Anyways, that's Riku, real quick. A little too chaotic for my liking, you know. Just
Yeah, you have to be on your toes a lot.
like there's never a moment of rest, pretty much, which just I don't like personally.
That's a kind of fight that I really like though.
Fair. I to be fair, again, I'm a little biased because like, you know, I just did like level 1, and I think I did like him more fighting him like on like level 99. But fighting him on level 1, it's when like that chaos, it's like, you know, you have very little room for error on level 1, obviously. So it's like,
Yeah,
I
you have to be able to react like right away.
Right. You know, I guess like pulling up my like little list. How many times did I die? Funny enough, I beat him in like 4 tries. But God, he was definitely one to tilt me a lot. Okay, you know, thinking back, maybe he deserves a little bit higher. You know what? Yeah. You know what? Maybe. I don't know. Question: who is the best and worst of the non-Disney Square characters? Like the Kingdom Hearts original characters? Best probably, I don't know, Sora or Roxas or Riku, you know. Like some of their main characters they do really well with, and I feel like they really did well with designing these characters. Worst is Young Xehanort. It is the answer. Young Xehanort is one of the worst characters ever. I hate him. I hate his guts. Like, he sucks. Yeah, several different random movesets at once. Exactly, Hopeless. Is that him? Not Kairi? No, Kairi's fine. she's a little underdeveloped, and obviously, yeah, I wish they did more with her, but like, I would not call her the worst character. Jeez, not by a long shot.
Not gonna lie, the character that I probably dislike the most, probably Vexen.
To be fair,
I don't know
Vexen
why.
is
He just annoys me.
Vexen. I feel like it's supposed to be a little slimy and annoying. You know.
He's like annoying to fight. He's an annoying character. All he does is just bother me, and I'm like,
fair.
man, do you contribute anything to the story besides being like the one that creates replica Riku? Like, did you do anything?
Well, in 3, he creates all of the replicas, so I guess he's very important in that respect. But
You mean like the copies that like died in one battle? That didn't really do much. Yeah.
well, remember these are all like essentially time traveling people. So like, they had to time travel to a replica essentially. So I'm trying to think. Like, I'm pretty sure like I might be forgetting, but I want to say like Larxene, like the Replica I just fought, Young Xehanort, Vanitas. Like, most of the organization is replicas because of Vexen. So Vexen is responsible. he made like 30 replicas, I swear. But yeah,
he makes one, he makes them all.
yeah. Anyways, next up would be Terranort. I hate him. I actually hate him. He was definitely the one that probably frustrated me. He was probably like doing this level 1 fight through these guys. He's probably the one I got the most tilted against. Or at least top 2 ones I got most tilted against. Like, God, he was annoying. Because, like, he has so many attacks that, like, one thing I kept remembering happening is he has, like, this very specific long combo that requires very specific movements that, like, no one would watch, but it would be out there. Oh. This stream has been brought to you by Wendy's. So like, what I remember is, yeah, he has this very long convoluted combo that requires specific blocking, specific dodge rolling, because like some of his attacks, like when he cloaks it in red, can't be guarded. So you had to like do this very specific pattern. But then like at the end of it, you know, he starts to slow down so you can guard his attack, and then he'll like, you hold that guard essentially until he like teleports above you, and then you can counter slash for your opening. Like, all right, fair enough. Very hard to do, but like you can do it. And but like, guess what? That like counter slash is like practically frame perfect. Like, there is, I kid you not, every time I did it, like I got it right maybe twice. Like, most of the time it was like, nope, you did it too late, and then I got punished for doing everything correctly but like missing like the one perfect frame essentially. And like, that's just what he felt like. It's just like, I felt like, I'm like, okay, here's his opening, never mind, I was like just a second late and I died. And
now you get punished.
Right. And you know, again, since I'm at level 1, I just instantly die. I'm like, it just was not fun. And also, half the fight, he just like sends out his Dark Guardian to just spam attacks against you, which means you have like very little room to like actually get anything done, because you know, you're not even like close to the enemy. He's just spamming his like Dark Guardian against you and providing this massive wall to get over, you know. And a lot of the attacks have massive range, so it's like hard to dodge. Half of them you can't even guard, so it's just like, I don't even, like, I just feel like I'm just like, it's just a pain to fight, and I hated him. And I think he can go directly into like, honestly, like he can go into that D tier. Like, I don't know, man.
Straight to D tier with you.
Straight to D tier. Once we get rid of the F tier, once we get rid of these guys all out of F tier, he'll probably be an F tier, to be honest. Like, Sephiroth and God tier, where he belongs. Yeah, both Rune and I agreed. KH2 Sephiroth is just so fun to fight.
Yep.
Problem with loving someone like Maddie is everyone else loves him. No one loves me. What do you mean? Maddie talks some sense into Serenity. Serenity, have some sense. Let's see. Next up, who's after Terranort? Oh, one of the another most annoying guys, Syx, straight to D, honestly, like, he's probably the guy I actually did get the most tilted against. Syx got a massive downgrade from 2, like, this time his Berserk is, like, gosh. Stop talking nonsense, you get kidnapped. No, Serenity, I'm sorry! Kidnap, I'm sorry, Serenity. Rune, help.
Help how?
I don't know.
What do you help with?
I don't know. Serenity's sad because I said I wasn't loved.
Well, I mean... So, to be lovable, you just need to not be afraid to put yourself out there. And you just accept people's opinions of you that are positive. And, honestly, it makes you a more approachable person if you do that. There's my advice.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't know what else to say either, so I was like, I guess I could weigh in some kind of useless advice. I got you.
Alright. Well, back to Syx, who is not loved. I do not love him at all. No love for him.
Yeah, no love for his Syx.
His, like, my biggest problem with him is he has attacks that just straight up stun you. Which means you can't do anything, right? And because of, like, Second Chance Once More is a way to, like, help get out of a lot of attacks in Kingdom Hearts, right? Because it means you live on 1 HP, and then you can cure and kind of be back on track, right? You know, now you just have to survive till your MP charges, right? But what if his attack that hits you brings you down to 1 HP, triggering that Second Chance Once More, and then also stuns you so you can't do anything for, like, the next 10 seconds? You just die. So that's like, I don't know. I just found that so dumb. He even does like half the attacks that he does that with also are just like such a weird way to avoid. Like yes, they're technically avoidable, but it's like it's so counterintuitive to avoid. Like you have to like dodge out of the way and then like go, and that it's also an opening too, so you have to like dodge out of the way, attack them, and then dodge them out of the way in the middle of your attack because they're coming at you in a second wave, and then go back to attack them. You need to do like this weird flip-flop quad movement thing to avoid all the spears, and it's, again, if any one of them hit you, it's practically insta-death because they will bring you down to 1 HP and stun you. So, very dumb.
Sage basically chooses when you can live and when you can die.
Right. And also his DM is also extremely annoying. It like, it's not like he just spins around in the circle for like, I swear to God, like 2 minutes, throwing those like tomahawks at you that will stun you again. So if you get hit by them, you die. So you can't even just like camp them out in the air, because if you get hit by like one of those, you die instantly. And you have to do this for like 2 minutes, you know? Like, it's ridiculous. Like, and sometimes it can be even longer. Like, it's pretty much until his Berserk gauge ends. And his Berserk gauge isn't lowering because you have no way to, like, really hurt him during his DM. And it's like, cool, I'm just, like, sitting here just, like, camping you out for minutes at a time. And if I get hit once, if I make one mistake, I insta-die. Like, it's like, okay, you're ridiculous. I hate you, and I never want to fight you again. So, yeah. Hate Syx, massive downgrade, would rather fight him in 2 any day of the week. Next up is that Marluxia next? So Marluxia might actually have my most deaths so far. And the thing is, I would have beat him in like 10 tries. It took me 30 tries, but I would have beat him in 10 tries. But the problem is, when you get him down to 1 HP, he will always trigger his final little DM of, like, kind of similar to KH2. He'll put a timer over your head if it goes down to, but instead of like a hit counter, it's an actual timer, you know, so if it just counts down. And if it hits 0, you automatically lose. And his like final DM is, when you get him down to 1 HP, you can't kill him unless you do this DM. He'll give you a 99 timer. It goes down. It goes down by like 3 every, honestly, like by like 5 every second, to be honest. So it's not. It's a very quick timer. And he just spams moves, right? So he has like, you have to get your final hit on him in these 99 seconds, but he's spamming moves, so you have very little opening. And one of the only consistent ways is in the last like 10, when your timer is like at 10, he will do one move. And, like, the idea is you can kind of get, like, a mini little shot lock on him during this move to get that last hit in. And I did this 7 times, and it failed every time. Like, he was doing this attack. I'm like, all right, let's do the shot lock. And it, like, missed him, or it didn't, like, actually hurt him. I'm like, why didn't that work? You know? Like, you could look at, like, I can't tell you to this day. I'm like, he just didn't get hit by them. I don't know.
He's immune to your shot locks.
Right. Until the final time, after 30 tries, I did the exact same thing and it hurt him and I won. So, how long did it take for Maddie to win again? It took me 30 tries, roughly like 2 hours. It was rigged. It felt kind of rigged, you know? Because, like, again, I got him down to 1 HP 7 times before I eventually won. I bought much food for Maddie. I think it was all in one stream. Maybe it was 2 streams, but still. No, it was just, like, I don't know. Like, that... He also has another attack, like, outside of his final DM there. He also has one attack that, like... I don't know, he like spams lasers while during his attack. So technically a really skilled player can like use those lasers to trigger counter guards to like get more damage in. But if you're not a skilled player, those lasers will just interrupt your combo and just kill you, essentially. So it's like they're either extremely like helpful for maximizing damage or they will kill you, and I'm not in that super skilled elite tier, so they just killed me, and those were very annoying. I don't know. I don't hate him, though. There's actually a lot of cool things about his fight. But, like, those 2 things specifically really weighed it down for me. But I think I do ultimately enjoy him over young Xehanort. I will say, you know, I don't know if I could ever do this. Actually, maybe I could. This is actually one of the easier things to do against him. I'll be honest, I just kind of forgot about it in my attempt. But let me pull up a funny little thing you can do against Marluxia. Because like the thing is, he can do like a little mini DM where he like also puts a timer above you, but it's not nearly as like fast, right? And the idea is if you hit him enough during it, if you like can break his armor during it, you can dispel it, and then you're back to like the regular fight. However, there's a funny little interaction which I actually really like about this fight, and it's one of my favorite aspects about this fight is, you know, you have like 15 like it's a timer of 15, but it's like takes like 2 or 3 seconds for each count, so you have like maybe like 30-45 seconds ish. But like the thing is, after you break his armor, he's honestly just very vulnerable. So you don't have to dispel his DM right away. And you can actually get like kind of like style on him a lot during his own DM. If you can like get out that like break his armor quick enough. Like it's actually super neat. Here, let me there we go. Sora's desperation move versus Marluxia. We can like skip ahead, okay? But like, here's a bit of the fight, right? I can like, all right. So he has like his little axe strings. You can, you know, like overall, I feel like it's again outside of his like final move. I feel like it's a pretty fair fight. But, you know, I do like a lot of aspects about it. these laser things are the annoying thing, but like again, if you're super skilled, you can really get like, yeah, you can just like use them to get extra counters in, which really maximize your damage. Alright, so here's his DM, or like pseudo DM, right? He gives you a nice little whisper. And like, I didn't know that you could break it this quickly, but alright, he broke his armor. So now he's like in this like little like, with 13 seconds still. So now you can just kind of toy with him. Because you broke his armor during his DM, so he's like a lot more vulnerable in general. So like, just like, he just gets a combo on him immensely. And he has very little retaliation in his own DM. So he's able to just like maximize on this and get him down to 1 HP during the opponent's own DM, doing like 7 bars of HP. And because you can't actually kill him without the final DM, you know, you just get a flex on him too. Immediately goes for his final DM too. So that stuff like that is why I actually do really like the Marluxia fight. You can really just you could get a lot very stylish. Like I think that's like super cool that you can like Uno reverse card the DM. Like that's fun. Like I don't know.
No, I hear you. So do you think this would be like a good S tier? Maybe another one to go into the S?
Well, remember, I still think his final DM is super dumb because I don't know. It just failed to work for me like 7 times in a row, so maybe that's my own bias.
That's
so
fair.
I don't want to put him in S tier.
Okay.
Honestly, I will say maybe he is better than KH2 Marluxia though. I don't know. They're pretty close though, to be honest. I feel like them being next to each other makes sense though. I feel like they're pretty solid, both of them. Yeah. We'll do that. At least for now. Another person who got like a crazy glow up is Larxene. You know what? She can go in S tier. Larxene might actually be my favorite. I think, like, she's still, like, kind of chaotic, like her KH2 version, but the arena's much bigger, which helps a lot. She's a little less chaotic, you know, you actually have, like, a semblance of what's going on. But she still has, like, those nice quick attacks. But, like, there's a lot more, like, rhyme and reason to them. There's, like, less chaos to it, I guess, is my best way to describe it. So it's a lot easier to keep up with. You know, and it still has, like, the one cool thing about it where it's, like, if she has multiple forms up, they all get hurt, so you can damage them all at the same time. Which I think is just really cool, right? I like being able to, like, abuse a boss's mechanics against it, which both Larxene and Marluxia have those aspects to it, right?
Yeah.
So I think overall, I think she's also just, like, overall a very fun and fair fight. And also, just like Marluxia, her DM, not in the same way, but her DM, you can hurt her during her DM, essentially. You know, like, if it's a little harder to, you know, it's like a lot, you know, and you're playing still mostly on the defensive, but, like, you can still, like, fight back during the DM. It's not just like a, you know, it's not like a Psyx thing of, like, wait 5 minutes to die. You know, it's like, no, you're still, like, playing the game during the DM, which is really nice. Very, like, fair DM, I would say. And just overall fair fight. Like, I actually have, like, fun fighting her. Then again, I don't know if I'd put her above Vanitas, but then again, I guess Vanitas is brought down because his DM sucks, but everything else about his fight is better. So they're pretty close. Luxord, I'd also say, I think you would actually really like Luxord. I think he's a lot more gamified. He's a lot like the 2 version, but he has a lot more, like, you're interacting with him a lot more, and he's not turning into a card or dice ever. So,
yeah,
like, you're essentially just the same thing. You have, like, the time gauge. You're trying to, like, you know, just essentially get good combos in, and, like, you're like, the one overlying gimmick about it is, like, each time, like, a card, like, lands on the floor, you know, he does like that whole like little shuffle where he shuffles himself amongst the cards. But this time you can't just like spin your camera around to see him. You actually have to like you can kind of do it, but you can't do it for all of them.
Track them.
Yeah, you have to like, yeah, you have to somewhat track them, and you have to do it, or you have to do it like singularly, one at a time. It's a lot harder, and like, so the more cards that you like let lie down on the ground, the harder it is to keep track of them, because then he'll mix up with all the cards at some point, and you know, if you did a good job, and he's like, oh, he only has like 4 cards, very easy, or he could have like 30 cards, and you're like, well, heck, I don't know what I'm doing. So that's like a funny little aspect. It's like, okay, I can like guard against this attack, but like I think guarding triggers the card just to drop. But if you like dodge it, you know, it doesn't like drop, you know. So it's like that's like a fun aspect of like, okay, it might be like I might be able to get better mileage out of like guarding, but like he that could like bite me in the butt later on, you know. My one criticism of him in 3 though is his final DM lasts like 5 minutes. It is a giant game of you are trying to find him, and you're trying to find it as him like a certain amount of times in the time limit, essentially, right? He's like you're just surrounded by like a giant ring of cards. You're just trying to find him a lot of times, but like there's no way to speed this up. This is just like, so it's like it's kind of cool like the first time, but afterwards you're like, okay, bro, I'm doing this DM for 5 minutes, bro. Like it takes so long to get to the point, you know. And especially if you like lose that game, you don't lose the fight if you lose that game. You just lose a lot of time, and he gains a lot of time back, you know. Ooh. Which, so yeah, that sucks. So, but it's not like game over if you lose it. But it's just long. Funny enough, though, the speedrun for Data Luxord is if you fail to find his card like 3 times, you instantly lose it. So the speedrun is to purposely lose his DM, like, game. Like, they just instantly, like, pick the wrong card, like, 3 times. And take that massive, like, time loss. And he gains, like, half of his health or time back. Because it's quicker to just essentially restart the fight than go through the entirety of the DM. Like, it is... Because, yeah. That is one criticism. Because his DM just takes forever, man. But honestly, I think I do prefer it over his 2 version. I think he's kind of fun.
Okay.
Like, I think he's a pretty, like, not like a massive improvement, but I think he's a pretty good improvement. You know? You know what? Let's start to, like, let's maybe do that, right? Yeah. We'll bring Sax from KH3 up to A. Vanitas up to S, you know. Little more uniform. Alright. Down in the home stretch. Let's see. Next would be Zigbar, I think. Zigbar is kind of fun. So he's a lot like 2, where you're guarding a lot of his bullets, right? He also puts up a giant donut in the middle at the start of the fight, so you can't just like, it's a lot harder to get to him. He's trying to like play camper role and, you know, really force you on the defensive.
Yeah.
But you can get to him, you know, it just takes longer. And the speed, I've tried it so many times. Just the simple act of how speedrunners get to him. Like, I've tried it like multiple times. I can't do it. I like, it's just like a simple, like, you do a air dash and then you do an attack to like, because your attack like focuses in. So it's like an air dash and an attack, and do an air dash and do an attack. And I'm like, I don't know the specifics of it, but like they can do it and get to him pretty quickly. I can't do it, because if you don't get him to him quickly enough, you miss your opening, and then like you have to start over, kind of thing. Right? He'll just teleport to the other side essentially. If like every time I'm too slow, and he'll just teleport to the other side, and I wasted my time. But the speedrunners, you know, just do it like every time. Like even non-speedrunners, I've seen like just a lot of like, you know, players styling on him. Just do it. I'm like, I can't do it. I don't know. Maybe I just suck, but I can't get to him. So, anyways,
There's just a lot of practice that they go through.
I guess so. I've practiced a bit, but I guess not enough. But gosh, I don't get it. But yeah, like, so one nice thing about his fight in 3 is when you guard enough of his bullets, you get a reaction command that you can use at any time called Showdown, which will automatically interrupt his attack, put you into like a cutscene, and you're like in a little showdown, you know? Kind of like Wild West style, like, you know, duel.
You never see
Thank you, Maple, for continuing the gifts up from Serenity. I appreciate it. How are you doing, Maple?
It's a Maple. Are you feeling better?
You
Very resting.
Maple, did you sleep and are amazing now? Do you look fabulous?
A good rest.
Maple always looks fabulous. Trick question.
Yeah, exactly.
Even while
So
sick.
true.
Thanks for shouting out Maple. My voice is not the best, but it's okay for being sick. Okay.
We take those.
Do you need to, like... I know this sounds blasphemous, but Maple, do you need to, like, stream less? Because I thought you were, like, doing better with your voice. And then I feel like maybe you streamed a bit long today. How many more months you got left, yo? I think I might. Dang. How are you chatting if your voice is bad? Maple's a ventriloquist.
Yeah, Maple just speaks into her mic, and then her mic just writes it into a message.
Yeah. But yeah, so I do really like that so with the Zigbar, you can like challenge him to a duel, interrupt any of his attacks, you know, and it's like, the idea is as soon as he like tries to, it's like a nice little slow showdown, and as soon as he tries to aim for a shot is when you shoot him, and you get some damage off, and you get a free combo, right? So you're actually like actively rewarded for guarding his bullets, which is really cool. I really like that aspect of the fight, and it's like a nice like, oh, I don't like this attack, I can like, this specific attack of this, I can like hold my showdown for this attack essentially, and it just skip it, you know, which is really nice. You have 3 months left, yo. So yeah, I do like Zigbar. I think that was like a fun improvement. Once again, he has like the stupid blue shots that like track you, and like you can't guard, or you can guard them, but like they can just, because they're a lot more random, they can come at you out of like more random angles and like multi-hit you, and then you can't guard them, and it's just like a big mess, and it sucks.
You just gotta deal with it. Right.
But like, I don't know. Part of me like likes, there's some aspects about this fight I like more than the 2 version, but you can't really I feel like you can't like style and combo on him as much as you can in 2. You know? So it's like, I don't know. He's pretty close to, I feel like, 2, I feel like, for me. However, once again, I do have to bring up the coolest way. Like, there is one fun little interaction you can do with Zigbar that, let's see if I can find. Like, there is one very funny interaction that I just think is so cool that, like, it is a little bit of the style you can do, you know? It's not, crap, I need a, who does it? Okay, I think this might be it, right? Alright. Here we go. He dual wields guns. He does dual wield the guns, you know? Alright. Maple opened up good Yuga cards. She always opens up good Yuga cards. Alright. Quick little Zigbar fight. So yeah, like I said, he spawns a donut. Yeah, this thing right here, a lot more skill intensive than it looks, right? I can't do it. It doesn't look hard at all. But, like, just the simple act of getting to him right here, I can never do it. A lot harder than it looks.
Mm-hmm.
But, yeah. So, yeah, he's a little easier to bully if you can, like, get to him. Alright. So, yeah, nice little dodge, blocking of the bullets, and then you just get your nice little counter. I believe in you, Serenity.
You got the Serenity.
Alright. So he summons a funny little, like, laser dome, as you can kind of see. You know, there's lasers all over the place raining down from the sky. You know? And then, watch this.
Is he just using the lasers as a way to just extend his combo?
Exactly. He is constantly guarding and counter-guarding to just... Because, like, the lasers are constantly attacking, so he can constantly guard. But, like, you know, the counter-guard, obviously, and the follow-up give you a little bit of iframe, like, the iframes. So you can just get, like, free hits continuously and just climb up the tower all, like, just for, like, so much damage. Like, getting him all the way up above the laser dome, too. Like, that, I will say, is, like, very fun and cool. So, yeah. There is that.
Mm-hmm.
But ultimately... Ultimately, I think he is an A tier. I don't know. Actually, what I might do is I think maybe Marluxia should be A tier. And then he's like at the top of B, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I think I still prefer him in 2. Honestly, he's probably a little too high, to be honest. But, like, he's, like, fun. And, like, they're not, like, that different, I feel like, in terms of enjoyability for me. But I feel like in 2, I'll be honest, he's easier in 2. So he's a lot easier to style on, at least for me. So I guess my own bias is there. And then we have, let's go to good old Ansem, Seeker of Darkness. Honestly, I don't mind him. I don't know. I feel like he's like, there's not a ton to say about him. Sends a lot of darkness your way. You can hit it back, and you know you can kind of get like funny little interactions here. You can kind of hurt him during his DM, which is always nice. Actually, that's like how you have to defeat him. His final DM, he will never end it, so you kind of have to defeat him while he's in that DM most of the time. I don't know. I honestly feel like I don't have a lot to say about him though. It's kind of just like a bit more straightforward of a fight, I guess. Except he has a lot of like longer range attacks. He's like a less chaotic version of Riku, I feel like. You know, it's like
More fun version.
I would say he's a bit more fun, just because like he does a lot of like he does like some of those like landmines. He does some of like he actually has similar attacks. He does like landmines. He does like spawns like a thing from the ground. He'll shoot darkness at you, but like not with like interlaced while he's doing like slash combos too. So it's like less to like get overwhelmed by and a lot easier to just like focus in, you know, which I think he's, now that I've never really thought about it before, but he's just the better version of the Dark Riku. Like, I still don't know if I'm like, yo, I think he's still only like B tier. He's still like fun, but like,
He's a Dark Riku fight if it was the BS.
yeah, exactly. You know, it's just like less overwhelming, which, you know, with how overwhelming Dark Riku is, like I just get annoyed. Whereas like he's just like he's a lot more like to the basics, I think. You know, and I appreciate that. Xemnas is a hard one, I feel like, because like he like has his bombs, which you gotta avoid, and he has his strings, which since there's no like reaction commands, they kind of just grab you, which is kind of annoying. He can kind of like drag you all over the place sometimes, even though it doesn't technically do damage. It just kind of like, well, unless he like drags you into like a mirror, that he can like set up like those barriers and he can like drag you into those. And like he can like part of the problem though is he could also like send out those, like one of his openings, you know, if you can break all of his barriers, you can like as he sets them up, you know, you're gonna get an opening. But like sometimes he sends them out so quickly that you're just like, well, I lost my opportunity. And then having those barriers up means he has something to drag you into, which means he's just like super annoying to deal with. So I don't know. He also had, like, his DM is also the laser dome, like in KH3 where you do it with Sora and Riku, except just Sora this time. Once again, you can actually hurt him during it. It's just extremely difficult, and I can't, but people can. And I don't know. It's like a fun DM. That's like not too hard to avoid. I don't know. I don't hate him, but I also don't love him. He also probably is up there. He's probably top 5 people who took me the most tries. Because after his second DM, he like you immediately spawn back into the area with like, and he's already has like 10 barriers set up, and you're like, well, now I just like start off with a huge disadvantage. What the heck, like, which kind of sucks. I don't like that aspect. I think ultimately, I do appreciate Ansem more. You know what? Good old Nordcourt, they can all be next to each other. I think I prefer Dark Ansem the most than Young Xehanort than Xemnas. They can, but
they all are just chilling together.
Yeah, just have them chill together, because, like, I don't know. I don't, like, hate any of them, but I feel like I'm never, like, having, like, the most fun with them. But they're, like, there's enjoyable aspects about them, you know? I guess, like, B tier is, like, there's enjoyable aspects about them, and, like, they're not bad, but, like, there's definitely flaws that make me, like, less keen on them, I guess. You know, that would be, like, B tier, I guess, if we're trying to, like, say what these tiers mean. Xion, that's true, I just fought, so, you know, you guys could go, like, back earlier in the stream to see. Also, hey, Ray, how are you? You can see how I did against Xion. You know, and you know what? So we have like a little bit of gameplay here and there, you know. Let's do another. I just beat her, so we won't be counting this as like toward my death total. But we could do a quick little like, all right, Xion. Let's do a quick little round 2 of Xion, you know. Let's see if I can beat her again. I don't know. She's honestly like. She's honestly, some people almost describe her as like a version 2 of Roxas, because she does have some of those similarities. Oop. Well, okay, that was I'm not down to that. Okay, like that was bad on my part.
Yeah, best thing about fighting Xion is that she's using the Kingdom Key.
Why is that the best thing?
Because it's just so funny. It's like, you know, there's so many different Keyblades out there. Like Roxas uses like, you know, dual wielding. He uses like you know, the Oath Keeper and Oblivion.
Okay.
And then she's just over here like, let me just use a basic Keyblade. You know?
I mean, to be fair, like the thing is, she never really got her own canonical Keyblade, right?
Yeah.
You know, it doesn't help that she was like out of this series for like half of its lifespan at this point, but
it's okay. Kairi awakened to her own Keyblade, but like, you know, Xion's Keyblade is Kingdom Key.
Right.
It's just so funny because it's just like out of nowhere, right? Because,
okay,
like,
I got
like...
lag. I got huge lag there. I missed an opening. That's cool. There we go. Jeez. Worst attempt so far, you know, after I already beat her, but whatever. So if you notice, she has a funny little gimmick of, like, she lowers your max HP. Like, my max HP is now at 1.
Well, we're actually kind of covering your HP bar.
Oh.
We're like kind of covering your HP bar. I don't know if
Yeah, oops, whatever. Well, that's what you guys get to know, is she reduces your max HP with, specifically with those, like, light pillars, if you get hit by them. If you get hit by those light pillars, they reduce your max HP alongside of your HP, you know? So, like, you know, you can't heal it back, obviously, right? It eventually comes back. Your max HP eventually comes back, but for a while, it's like you know, if you get hit by enough of those, yeah, whatever. If you get hit by enough if you get hit by enough of those, you're just like, you can't heal. You're done. You're stuck at 1 HP. You know.
yeah.
Which, honestly,
yeah,
I
the
don't.
rest of the fight in 1 HP.
Well, not the rest. Remember, there is a timer for it. You know, but you have to go
okay.
for it a certain time without like 1 HP, right? Which, you know, obviously, I like that as a mechanic conceptually. I think, like, you know, I just wish, like, the problem is, I feel like I think it would be better, because, like, the problem is with the light pillars, she spams them. Like, if you're getting hit by a light pillar, you're not just getting hit by 1, you're getting hit by like 5. You know,
Yeah.
it's really hard to avoid a light pillar after you already got hit by 1.
Comboed.
Right, she just combos you with them. So it, like, a lot of the time it's like, okay, if you get hit by like 1 round of light pillars, your max HP is now down to like half. And if you get hit by a second round of light pillars, well, boom, your max HP is already at 1. I'm like, I feel like that accelerates a little too quickly, maybe. I don't know. But otherwise, she is, a lot of people compare her to Roxas because she is a very simple, like, I don't know, nothing like too crazy. Besides that, there's like nothing too crazy in terms of gimmicks. She's just a very like straightforward mano-y-mano fight. Like, she likes to like run around a lot, but for the most part, like, you know, you can kind of like keep your cool and just like guard everything coming at you, and then kind of be fine. So I do like her a lot, but at the same time, it's like, I don't know. I feel like there's also just like not a ton of ways to like be super stylish with her either. Like, it is just like I almost want to say the fight's like too simplistic because of that, like, you know, because there's like not a whole lot of like variance, I guess, you know, like the fight just kind of like plays out, and there's like not a ton of like different craziness either of you can do, I feel like, you know. I don't know, I almost feel like she has like a lack of a different attack she can do. I don't know, which I guess like makes the fight easier, which is nice, but at the same time makes it like less interesting. I don't know. I do like her though. I feel like she probably belongs in A. Sure. She can chill with that guy. Master Xehanort, he's so far the only one I have yet. These two I have not fought on level 1 so far. So it's been a while since I fought them. Master Xehanort, though, gosh, it's been a while since I fought him in general. Probably because I don't remember liking him as much as some of the others to refight, so that's probably why. Oh man, so he like, I remember his DM is super stupid. So that's a point against him. He likes to like, he has a lot of like, he like can freeze you, which is kind of dumb and random. And like, he sends out like these weird like lasers at you, which obviously you can avoid and block. It's really hard to tell which attacks you can block and avoid, or which attacks you can have to block, which attacks you have to like dodge. you know, unless you just like know. I remember I remember being like, wait, I can't block that attack. That's okay. Well, sure, you know, and that's never like fun. I feel like it should be a bit more obvious which attacks you can block, which ones you can avoid, you know.
Yeah.
Like it's not very intuitive, which is annoying. But overall, I don't think I don't remember him being like super stupid. We'll see after how I feel after level 1. But like I guess he gets like a nice buff on my tier list because of that. But from what I remember, you know, I don't remember him like hating him, but I don't remember him being like super fun either.
Terrible. Yeah.
I think maybe like top of C.
Top of C?
Top of C, you know. I don't hate him.
Right there with Demix.
Yeah. I don't hate him. He's like not bad, but like not amazing either. Honestly, maybe he'd be higher, maybe he'd be lower, but I feel like top of C is fair. And then Yozora is kind of spoilery, but like he's also the new Lingering Will. He's the new super duper Omega hard boss, right? Like people, you know, could kind of get like they struggled with the Data Org when the DLC came out, but like level 99 proud playthrough, not too bad. Then they get to this guy and they die to him just like Lingering Will and just get demolished. However, I think he's a lot more. He doesn't like I said, I like Lingering Will, but I think he had a lot of flaws that really held him back. I don't think Yozora actually has. He doesn't have like those same flaws, right? I think like overall he's like an extremely difficult fight, and it's like really it's really tough, and you really have to get the hang of it. But it's like, once again, it's one of those fights that I feel like, again, it's been a while, but I feel like it's never moments where if you die, you feel like, well, that was stupid. It was more like, I guess that was my fault for dying kind of thing, you know? Like, which is nice. But I guess my main thing is to avoid some of his attacks can feel like, it can be a little bit of guess and check work, which is a little annoying. Like if you don't like look up a YouTube video, you kind of just have to like be like, how do I avoid this attack, and just kind of like see what it is, and then you're probably gonna have to die to it first, you know, or twice, you know, and be like, okay, this is how I can avoid the attack, which kind of sucks that you have to like go through that all again and then just be like, all right, this is how I avoid the attack. But like, besides that, I don't know. It's also like, to be fair, there is like a 1 in like 100 chance he can start off immediately with his DM. And while it is kind of funny he can, it is also kind of dumb he can. Like, oh, like I don't know how I feel about it, honestly. It's like, it's kind of funny, but it's also kind of like, are you kidding me, really? Like, it just feels like an immediate failed attempt, you know? But imagine the humor is, if that was your first time fighting Yozora, is he immediately starts off with your DM, and you feel like that's just like how it always starts. His DM probably goes on a little too long, I would probably argue, too. He has a very funny mechanic. Maybe dumb, but also kind of interesting, where like he can, so in Kingdom Hearts 3 you get the Kupo coin, so if you die you get like a quick little retry.
Yeah.
He can steal your Kupo coin. Like, you lose your Kupo coin, you don't get to retry, and if he steals your Kupo coin and you beat him, he comes back to life with half of his HP.
That's hilarious, actually.
Honestly, it's hilarious, and normally I'd maybe would be like, okay, that's a little dumb and ridiculous, but honestly, the attack to steal it is easy enough to avoid, I would argue. Like, it's like, maybe you can get it caught off guard and get like screwed over, but like, it's not that hard of an attack to avoid. I'd say it's on the easier end of his attacks to avoid, so it's like,
no, hear me out. You just go into battle with no Kupo coin.
You can do that, right? Like, totally.
Can't steal what doesn't exist.
Exactly. You don't need to bring the Kupo coin, right? Or you know, and if you want to bring the Kupo coin, you know, you can like avoid the attack. So it's like, I think it's funny enough to include, right? Like, I think like that's just like kind of cool. And also, you know, because obviously we have to, you know, I've seen like challenge videos where people are like, I purposely let him steal my Koopa coin, and then still did the whole fight damageless. Like,
Yeah.
you know, so
I
that's
gave him
also
the
fun.
mercy. I let him steal the coin so he can revive, and then I beat him again.
Yeah, I gave him the Koopa coin just so I could kill him again. Like, that's peak, you know. So
The real flex.
I don't know. I feel like he's still like, you know, this is again my tier list and my own like personal bias. I'm not good enough to style on him, so I don't feel like I have as much fun with him as like Roxas or Sephiroth. But honestly, I think he does deserve like A tier. You know, like he's a really solidly designed fight, extremely difficult, probably the most difficult fight in the series. But like, they do it. I feel like they do a good enough job where it feels fair. You know, I'm not dying randomly by just like getting stunned by an attack that's just like weird to avoid. I feel like I'm not missing, you know, like I feel like I'm not getting like camped out by like a Dark Guardian. I'm not missing out on like damage because of like frame perfect windows, you know. I feel like I'm not like super overwhelmed by his attacks, except maybe during his DM, you know. So it's like he just feels a lot better balanced, I feel like. And now we can put all these guys in F tier because that's where they belong. Beautiful. I don't know. There's our tier list. It took us a while, but I don't know. How's that look? Maybe we need to like. You know what? Zigbar, you can go to the bottom of A, so it's like one line for B. There you go.
Beautiful. Perfectly. You know what? This actually makes a lot of sense that a lot of them are in B tier. Because,
Yeah.
like,
it's supposed to be kind of parabolic, I guess. You know?
yeah. Because you'll never have, like, a situation where, like, every boss is S tier, right?
Right, yeah.
And I'm pretty sure, like, no matter who you ask, this is probably gonna be, like, the shape, right?
I mean, I feel like unless... I'll be honest, like, I feel like there's people who... Like, I feel like you should try to aim for a parabola with a tier list. Otherwise, it's like... If I put, like, everyone up, you know, 2 tiers, it's like, okay, it's like... If I put all the A and S tiers in God tier, I'm like, do I really think they're all God tier? Like, I'm, like, overinflating God tier, right?
Yeah, that's also why I think, like, God tier being its own tier was good. Like, you were saying before, like, oh, maybe God tier and S tier should be the same thing. And I'm like, no, there's, like, a clear difference between the God tier fights and the S tier fights, I think.
That's true. I was saying that before, though, when literally I only had one person in S tier. I feel like if a tier only has one person, then maybe it doesn't need to exist, but I eventually did get more people, so...
I can't agree with... Well, for the exception of God tier, I feel like God tier only having, like, one.
That would
or
make
S
sense,
tier
yeah.
only having one
That's
is
true,
fine.
Yeah. That's fair, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I did a decent job making it pretty parabolic, except, like, I guess right here, but I don't know. I don't think...
Honestly?
You're D, you're an F, screw you. Yeah, I feel like I'm pretty fine on this. I think a lot of this can vary, you know. Like, depending on the day, I could be like, you know what, actually, Gion's base and Sephiroth stinks. Or, you know what, Zigbar sucks, actually, you know.
You should come back to this list again in, like, 2 to 3 weeks of, like, just doing boss rush, and then just redo the tier list based on that again.
Maybe. I mean, this is kind of after I've done, like, 12 of the final 14 DLC fights at level 1. So I've kind of... To be fair, though, you know, I've been taking massive breaks between them. Each boss fight, so I don't know.
That's fair.
I don't know, maybe I'll go back to KH2 and do that and be like, actually, never mind. Like, it's been a second since I've done some of the data fights and be like, you know what, actually... You suck. I don't know.
Yeah, you can go to F tier, and you can go to F tier, and you can go to F tier. Everybody's in F tier.
I feel pretty confident though that I feel like Zexion, Vexen, and Larxene are like the worst. I feel like I feel at least in the KH2, you know, optional bosses, I feel pretty confident these are the 3 worst. Like, I don't like them. Like, I don't like them. But Yeah, I don't know. I feel like this feels fun. Sorry if like this took a while.
No, that's perfect. We had like a good amount of conversation, even talked about some strats. So I think this was a very informative tier list.
Yeah. I didn't really. I guess I just didn't expect like my entire stream to be this, to be honest. But like I guess.
Hey, listen, breaks are good.
Yeah.
Sometimes taking a break is a good way to go.
All right, I'll post it in the Discord. You guys can all meme on it there. Cause yeah, all I did really was I did beat Gion today at level 1, and then I just spent like 3 hours doing the tier list. But I guess that's like fine. I don't know. Honestly, I'm kind of good to like call it there, to be honest. I don't know what else I'd do.
Go back to boss rush.
I don't want to fight Xehanort. That's kind of the reason I did this. I was considering. So I've been doing this during my like own free time, fighting like I've been doing like a pro code run of Kingdom Hearts 3. Some of the pro codes I can actually show them off real quick. I've been doing it on proud mode because I don't want to do it on critical, but it's like these are all the pro codes. So you're essentially, it's kind of like level 1. You also 0 defense. Your HP and MP continuously drain. No shot locks, no cure, no battle items, no links, no form changes or grand magic, no attractions, no team attacks, no Kupo coins, and you can only have up to 30 abilities equipped. So equipping pro codes, as you can see on the right there, it gives you like a certain amount of like points if you can beat a boss with a certain amount of pro codes, and it's like you can try to aim for the max rank. So I've been doing that on proud mode on my own time. So I was thinking maybe I'd just stream doing that, but then this tier list took 3 hours, so how much do you want the game to hate you? Exactly. I mean, as you can see, I actually have 2 of them on. I don't use attractions or team attacks anyway, so like those are pretty easy codes, and they give me 1250 points, as you've seen with the last 4 bosses. So some of them aren't like too bad. It's just like equipping them all can be kind of rough. But I've been trying, because the maximum amount of points you can get from a boss if you equip them all is 10,000. So yeah, right now you can see it even gives me a rank. I'm rank M, and so far in that pro code run, I'm like ranked like I. It like goes like you want to get like the lower the letter, the higher the rank. So like rank A being the highest. So I'm like, but it's funny because most of the pro code points you get are actually not through the story. It's through the data fights. Because the data fights themselves give you like can give you up to like 14,000 points, whereas like the story gives you like a total of 14,000 points. Because like there's just like. Think about how many bosses are in this, just playing through the story. It's like, yeah, like 1 or 2 per world. There's 8 worlds. So that's like 16, like there's like 16 bosses, and it's like, oh wait, that's like as many as the data org. Wow, that's crazy. But yeah. Thank you for doing this with me, Rune, and just keeping me company.
Yeah, anytime. If you ever need more company and I'm free, hit me up. I'm always down.
Sorry if I bored you, though.
No, what? Why would I be bored?
I think
we're talking about games.
I think you need to play Kingdom Hearts 1 or 2 again. You got it with the final mix.
I probably should. I just need to find a time to fit it into the other games, so I'm trying to finish up right now.
That's fair.
I have this habit, like right now on Steam I have like over 300 games, and I've only probably beaten like 50 of them.
Oof. Okay,
so like my backlog just keeps getting bigger.
But play the good games like Kingdom Hearts.
Whoa, you saying Dynasty Warriors isn't a good game? Damn.
No, I don't mind Dynasty Warriors, but I feel like that's one of the.
It's looking real good.
I personally have always found Dynasty Warriors to be like one of those more like turn brain off games.
Not this new one. This new one, the new one that's coming out relies a lot on last-minute dodges and perfect parries.
Really?
Especially on hard mode, yeah. It's become more like action-packed. I'm like, all right, I'm ready for this.
Yeah, because
Yeah,
like,
it's like if
I played like One Piece Pirate Warriors, and then I played like I played like another like Warriors like game, and then I did play Dynasty Wars, and it's just like I just remember it being like kill a bunch of minions that like, you know, don't really do a lot against you, you know.
I think it's like, well, yeah, if you play it on normal, but I always play it on chaos, the hardest difficulty, and I'll go in on like level 1 chaos mode, and you just gotta, it's just like a war of attrition.
I guess that's fair, yeah.
It's rough. It's a lot of fun though. Like that, I like taking games that generally would be like really simplistic and then trying to find ways to break it.
That's fair.
I find it a lot of fun.
Alright, let's go raid the other Kingdom Hearts streamer, Ako Meowie.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I was like, Meowie's playing
I got a bugger. Cause I love Kingdom Hearts, but Meowie doesn't love me.
Well, Shelta has like a big old no backseating.
I know.
Like sign right now.
I don't backseat her, but and honestly, I appreciate that. Like she's really trying hard to like play through the game without like as blindly as possible, but with chat, you know.
Oh yeah, you know what you should tell her? You should go in there and be like, the raid message would be like, "We're so proud of you for putting on a potion."
Oh, true, guys. We're proud of Maui for putting on a potion. Right. I forgot about that.
Yeah, there's your raid message. We're so proud of you for using a potion. Yeah, take care, Hopeless.
Yeah, I appreciate you all being here. I hope you all have a good day, have a good night, have a good evening, have a good life. You know, just
have a good everything.
Have a good everything. I enjoy just being able to do whatever, you know.
Exactly. Chat, let me tell you, you guys are breathtaking. I just want to let you guys know
True. All right, guys.
You're breathtaking, and you're breathtaking. Breathtaking.
All right, guys. Take care. Bye.
Have a good night, y'all.